What is going on, everybody? We have a crazy night of fights ahead of us. FSK Invitational, brought to you obviously by the lovely lads over at FSK. They are joining me in the booth here this evening. We've got, well, I believe you're the owner himself, or one of the owners in FSK for the vibes. Ricardo, how you doing, my man? And of course, Tad himself.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Should be a good night of fights. Yeah.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, everyone? Tad, aka the GOAT, aka Tad G's the woman pleaser, ready for tonight. Lots of good fights coming. So yeah, I'm sorry about the delay. I'll make apologies for that, but then
It's Tad's fault.
Here it is. All of you will probably know I've got a son. He takes priority over you lot, not gonna lie, so I had to get him to bed, but I'm here now, so we're ready to start.
Of course, brother. Of course, I mean, these things happen, you know, but ultimately we have a great night of fights ahead of us. You've got some fantastic fights from start to finish. I've got a couple of rules that we're going to go through. Obviously, the cash prizes that are in store, the setup of fights that we've got ahead of us, and then, of course, we're going to jump into that very, very first fight. So I'm going to pass it across to Ricardo to go over a couple of the rules that we have set up here for this evening there, brother.
Yeah, ban submissions, no rear naked choke, standing guillotine, side saddle arm triangle, mounted go-go and windshield choke, and then exploits. No unblockable cage strikes, mount bobbleheading, throwing hooks while staying in back clinch, and the double up kick. If you do any of that, it's an instant ban, just to make it easier for police. So if any of that happens, it's just a ban there and then.
Great stuff, great stuff. I mean, obviously on top of that as well, you've made it a little bit interesting, a little bit different from a lot of these tournaments there, Ricardo. You've put in for a way, a little bit of a different idea in terms of the seeding. I think that, Tad, you were going to explain a little bit about how that worked. Is that right, brother?
Harry's going to go on the seeding.
The seeding.
Yeah. So basically, the better stream, the better seed will have two options. You can either pick the weight out of the two we've provided, or they can let their opponent pick the weight, and then they get to ban a fighter in that weight. So it kind of, you can neutralize someone's game by letting them pick the weight and then banning their favorite fighter that would benefit you. So it'll just spices things up, as some people won't get the preferred fighter.
Fantastic. Obviously, outside of that as well, you guys have put together a nice little pot of money ahead of us. A couple of different ideas around it as well, Tad. I know that you came up with one of the one of the names of it, so I'm just going to bring you across now. Of course, got some prize money here this evening there, Tad. How about you give us a little rundown of that, brother?
Yeah, so obviously the winner, they're going to get $200, and then at the start, 2 players are going to have bounties on their heads. So I know JC's one. Harry, what's the other one again?
JC and Trickster.
Trixie. So it lasts for 2 fights. If they win the first 2 fights, then they keep the bounty. But then if the people they play beat them, then the bounty goes on their head. And if they progress to after the 2 fights, then whoever's got the bounty on the head will keep that bounty. And then another bonus we have is a source bonus. So if you know what I'm like, I like the flashy stuff. Might not be the best, but I enjoy doing that. So the source bonus will come from the person with either the best performance, the best knockout. It could be anything like that. So it's really to do with the performance. So even if they lose, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to walk away with any money. It's overall who comes out with sort of the best moment in the whole tournament. That'll dictate who's going to get the source bonus. That'll be decided at the end by a panel of me, Sai, and FSK Comp. So that'll be $50 to the winner of that one as well. So even if you lose, try and put on the best show you can, and you could be walking away with some form of money anyway. So
yeah, exactly right, brother. I mean, the simple fact is, it's not going, from start to finish here. Ultimately, what this is going to come down to is who can win 6 fights in a row. Obviously, the finals is a best of 3, if I'm right there, Ricardo. Yeah, if whoever can win 6 fights in a row could be walking away with $200. If they're able to do it with some big finishes, putting on an exciting style, they can potentially add another 50 to that. There's a lot of money for these guys to win, and ultimately, it's 6 fights in a row. Not too difficult when you put it in that sort of perspective, but obviously a little bit harder when you come down when you're talking about the difficult kind of opponents that we have here this evening. We're gonna have a little bit of a rundown of those very, very briefly. I believe, like you said, sorry, I'm just getting those ready for you now. So yeah, as we switch across, so first fight up this evening on the outer end of this tournament, it's going to be Suave Jamie up against Blake Tyler. Going to be having Young Poe up against Killer Jake, Optics, Badnader. Honestly, the start to finish, guys, you've done a fantastic job of bringing in some lovely names all around. A lot of guys that we're familiar with, of course, that have been doing very, very well in the competitive scene. Are there any particular fights that stand out to yourself? I mean, I obviously got a couple of teammates in there, but killers all round from multiple different camps and promotions.
I mean, the first fight is probably one of the biggest fights on the card. Suave Jamie versus Blake Tyler, 2 double champions in the ESFL. Suave Jamie and Blake Tyler both known as some of the best on the game. So I think that fight one to look out for. Then you've got Young Paul, Killer Jake, 2 teammates. Trixie, the primetime champion, fighting Ed. There's a lot of good fights all around the card. But yeah, it should be a good night of fights.
yeah, I can agree. Got a couple of guys from the PS side as well. Obviously, you've got Ed Parker and Young Poe. The boys don't need any introduction. Yodar, he's come over to the Xbox side. He was originally on PS. But I mean, looking at the bracket there, it's the upper echelon of Xbox fighters. Would have liked to have maybe got Izzy from the PS side, but I don't think he's got an Xbox as well. So, but I mean, out of all them guys there, that's probably the best you're going to get on this game. So yeah, looking forward to it. And one guy to look out for as well is 3Piece. A lot of people don't really know too much about him, but hopefully he's been off the game for a little bit. But honestly, he is a monster. So I'm excited to see him play. Well, I think we've kept you waiting long enough. If Suave and Jamie and Blake are ready, we'll try and get into the first fight.
That they are, sir, that they are. They are sitting ready to go. Is featherweight the first weight class there, Ricardo? I'm going to refer to you as the kind of shot caller of the evening.
So Jamie was the better seed. He got the option to ban a fighter. He took it. Blake picked the weight. He picked featherweight. And if I'm not mistaken, Jamie has banned Holloway.
Right.
So
fantastic.
It's going to be a McGregor mirror. We're going to be seeing most likely.
Yeah, no, these guys are going to be able to utilize them very well. They've got some of the better striking that you're going to see about period, right? There's some fantastic counters that you see from these guys often. A lot of the pull counters that I've seen time and time again from somebody like Jamie makes it very, very difficult to open up fully against either one. But I imagine that they're going to be very familiar with each other there, Ricardo, being campmates. You can attest to this. When you know somebody that well, you kind of know the nuances of their game.
Former campmates.
Oh, former campmates, okay.
Yeah, but you've got over 1,000 fights combined.
Yeah.
So they know each other very well.
Yeah, in my opinion as well, honestly, Jamie's brilliant, but from when I've played him, I would say Blake's probably the best on this game, so closely followed by Jamie probably, but yeah, they know each other's styles, so we'll see what happens here. Blake's obviously got the slow approach, but it's quite hard to do against Jamie.
I find it intriguing that Blake's on the front foot here from the start. I'd usually categorise Blake as a slow fighter, not one who goes on the front foot.
Yeah.
Maybe feeling confident out of some of those sparring. I don't know if they've kind of kept in touch and continued to fight each other maybe a little bit since that point, but being such high-level strikers, and they have the ground game to back it up, but against each other, I imagine this is going to mostly find, kind of pan out on the feet, so to speak, especially with the source bonus that you put out there, Tad. I mean,
Yeah.
it adds that extra incentive where you need to get involved, try and get something a little bit extra going.
Yeah, and if there's one person that can do it, it's one of these two boys here. So just looking to feel each other out at the minute. Stamina's looking good in the first minute, and a lot of jabs being thrown. But I think as this round goes on, we might see someone slowly start to take over.
In the fighter points, 10,000 was on Blake and 3,000 was on Suave. So Blake is the clear favourite in this one out of all the viewers.
A lot of accolades on both sides. Yeah, from what you say, obviously a lot of accolades on both sides, but Blake Tyler maybe getting a little bit of the better of some of those, and looking now to take home another little feather in his cap. If he's able to get through this first round, it would be a nice win for him, especially against somebody like Jamie, who is a tough fight for anybody. So it'll be very, very confidence building as he goes into this the rest of the fight if he's able to get this one done.
Yeah, for sure. And with Jamie as well, we haven't seen him compete in a long time. Like, that's not any knock on him. We know, like, he's just won a tournament recently from another streamer. So obviously he's still got it, but he's taken a little break from the comp scene. So it's nice to see him back in there. And he is one of the best on the game, without a doubt. So it's a big fight for these two. These are there you go. First rock of the night goes to Blake, it was.
Yeah, he threw a nice little feint on the way in, got Jamie to open up with something, and then caught him with a nice little combination. Straight following. It's it's the little nuances in the game, devil's in the detail, and so far it does look like Blake Tyler's just edging it, getting a little bit of the better damage, and maybe the stamina as well. It's pretty equal in that terms, though.
One thing you'll notice about Blake as well, when he rocks you, he won't rush you. He takes his time and he picks his shots really well. A lot of people, and myself included, I tend to go for the same combo every time to try and break the block when I've got someone rocked. But Blake, on the other hand, he's quite elusive. He'll pick the shots and he sort of sees where you're going. So did a good job staying calm there. But Jamie looks like he's responding pretty well.
I think composure is definitely the name of the game when it comes to Blake Tyler. Seems to be accentuating that perfectly here this evening, Ricardo. I mean, the feints he's throwing out there, just the ability to manage the range. It's made it quite difficult for Jamie, but he has found the home for a lot of his shots already.
Yeah, I'd say round one goes to Blake because of the rock, but Jamie could easily still pull this back with the quality he's got.
Yeah, I'd agree. Close fight. This, apart from the one rock, it's still pretty even. The stamina looks good for both of them, and the health looks just about the same.
Yeah.
I think a bit more of the same from Blake, but I think we might see Blake looking to start picking it up a little bit more, and we're seeing that straight away, throwing a few more shots at the start of round one.
Once again, though, he's got him backed up against the cage, and I mean, it's a lot harder to be defensively sound when your back is pressed up against that cage. Ricardo obviously did a good job getting back to the center now, but continues to get backed up, quite often.
Nice shot from Blake there.
Yeah, and again, Blake obviously used to this. I know he's vacating the ESFL title, but some would say he's been the best for a while now on Xbox. So just looking to take his time, and he's just about got Jamie rocked there. Jamie's head elf's blinking. Jamie comes back. Cyrus, what do you think Jamie's going to do to try and take over this fight coming into the midway point in the second round?
I know he seems to be going a little bit more on that straight. Seems to be trying to plant down on it a little bit and throwing a lot of combinations out here. But once again, gets caught by Blake. Oh, the combo was just beautiful, man.
It's just the basics. He can get flashy when he needs to, but he does the basics really well. And I think for this game, that's one thing a lot of people sort of overlook. You do the basics really well. A lot of the time you'll find you'll have more success against these high level players.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when somebody's going for a lot of rounded shots or something a little bit bigger, and you're just coming, straight on the barrel or keeping it shorter shots, keeping it very, very simple. You just a lot of the time beating your opponent to the punch, and cumulatively that's going to add up there, Ricardo. Ultimately the damage, those big shots land big damage, but the accumulation over the period of 3 rounds can really, really change the fight in a bit of a different way.
Even though Blake's had the rock and the drop, I'd say the health stats are still fairly even. Probably giving it to...
Jamie's not on that. Jamie gets his rock.
Yeah.
As you were calling, brother, he had him within the danger zone, and he's doing great to pour on the pressure, Tad. You're a man that likes pressure yourself. Do you think that he should continue to try and turn it up here against Blake, or pay him the respect that he is right now and kind of taking his time as he goes into the later round?
I think he needs to, because when I've played Jamie, it's quite a reserved performance here from Jamie, and I understand that he's playing Blake, but once he's finding his combos, he's one of the best at letting them go and, quote unquote block breaking. He's good at breaking that block down. I think he needs to let it go a bit more, because Blake's starting to tap away at him against a cage, and it's not often you see Jamie on the back foot like this. He surely can rock him, so I think he needs to pull something out here.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, Jamie's rock.
Comes Blake.
Yeah, he stacked up those combinations beautifully.
Nice from Jamie.
Perfectly timed, and calls an end to round 2, Ricardo. I mean, like you say, it's a very close round, but Blake maybe just getting the better in those 2 rounds, at least by my kind of judging.
I'd say Blake's up 2 rounds, but with the health stats, it's still fairly even. Blake's just got a bit more of an advantage in the head stats, but still could go either way.
You can never count Jamie out. Jamie's, he's been in all these fights. He's fought the best. He's beat the best time and time again on the game. So he just needs that one shot. And as we all know in this game, it can take one shot. So just got to take his time and wait for the right moment there, Cyrus.
Yeah, definitely, brother, definitely. Especially when it's over the narrowest of margins. His head health is getting a little bit battered, but obviously when he gets a little bit of success, whether that being Suave Jamie, he's great at capitalizing on it, especially in this 3rd round. I'd like to see him kind of go balls to the wall there, Ricardo, and try to get this finish right here.
That's what I'm saying. It was one too many of the same thing from Blake, and there you go. He's got him again.
This might be
Jamie jumping on him.
Oh my G!
He's big.
Nicely timed slip keeps him in there, brother.
Really needs to weather the storm now.
This is where Jamie's really dangerous, though. Like multiple drops, he tends to pick his shots really well when he's got someone hurt badly. And I mean, look at the stats; they're very close. Even though Blake's had his success in the first 2 rounds, this is right. Like Jamie's right back in the fight now. So I think Blake probably wants to try and cruise the end of this round, and he's got him rocked there.
Nice work. I mean, he's still damaged, but Jamie does not give a shit. He throws the spin kick. Is that not an early contender for Sauce already, brother?
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. A comeback as well, I mean.
That is why. That's what I was saying. It just takes one shot in this game, but fuck me, the wheel kick out of nowhere. Jesus Christ. If that's anything to go by, I mean, everyone's going to be watching that first fight as well. They're probably the 2 biggest names in the tournament, so fight Blake was winning. Jamie showing why he's still one of the best in the game, pulling it off in the last round of the fight. And yeah, that's a big statement to everyone else in the competition. And what a finish, by the way. You can just pick up that source bonus early.
Yeah, I mean, early contender, Ricardo coming out there. Again, a lot of difficulty in those earlier rounds, sticking true to it. He knew he was still in the fight, and then just finding that wheel kick out of nowhere, brother.
I mean, I'd say Jamie was down 2 rounds, and for him to pull it out of the bag like that, I mean, very well played to Jamie there.
Commiserations to Blake, though. You looked really good, but yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes, so...
Had the wrong name on the other way
next round.
Young Poe up against Killer Jake. Nice to see these guys in here. I've heard some great things about Young Poe, and of course I'm very familiar with Killer Jake. He has a fantastic all-round striking style. The pressure he's able to put on, a lot of the counters he does, fantastic body work as well, Tad. What can you tell me about Young Poe, brother? I'm a little bit less familiar with him. Like I said, I hear great things, but never had the pleasure of seeing him compete myself.
Yeah, so Young Po, one of the PlayStation guys, sorry, was if we're going off the ESFL, he's a 8-ounce champion in the ESFL as well, so his stand-up is very good. Likes his teeps, likes to work the body as the CW boys all do. This is CW with Killer Jake as well. Imagine, I'm not too sure what weight class they've chosen. I imagine I imagine it's going to be a Conor mirror, but yeah, Young Po, obviously one of the best strikers on the PS side, and Killer Jake, he's, in my opinion, probably got one of the best McGregors, if not the best McGregor I've seen on Xbox. So I had the pleasure of fighting Young Po again last night. We've got to finish the series, but I like body work, and my body was minced before I was able to get anything off. So I think Jake's got to find some success with the head work, but you can see the stats there. Young Po up 31-9, but obviously that means nothing. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, a little bit different. Don't know where that comes from. Of course, could be a little bit sparring, could be maybe a little bit OWC and stuff like that. But obviously, we see Killer Jake go with his favoured Conor McGregor pick. I didn't quite get to see who Young Po went. Was this another mirror?
Conor.
Yeah. Yeah, great. I imagine that this is going to be another barn burner, man. Killer Jake has, like I said, fantastic combinations, and by the looks of things, he's a little bit down on Young Po, who, from all accounts, seems to be an absolute savage in that cage.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, if I'm not wrong, CW has like two parts of the camp. It's one side's aggressive, one side's patient, and these are both from the patient side. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out aggressive and who's on the back foot.
Yeah, and honestly, watch the teeps from Young Po here. One of the best teep games in the game. So, but you know what Jake's body works like as well. If anyone can counteract that, it'll be Jake.
The way he feints to the body, catches you with slip off uppers and digs to the body afterwards is honestly kind of a bit of beauty. It's beautiful destruction in the cage, but right now we're seeing a nice measured approach from Young Po on the outside, using his feints well, going for those teep feints that you were alluding to a little bit earlier on, and answering back to some body shots that Killer Jake was trying to throw out there in the early going.
I think the thing for this as well, so like you say, I think this fighting style suits Jake anyway. So this isn't sort of us seeing Jake being on the back foot as such, because he likes fighting fights. We've seen it time and time again in Primetime. Exactly. And everyone's played him on ranked. So I think it'll be who picks the shots better. But once someone starts getting a lead, I think that the source, shall we say, will start coming from one of these guys, because they're both definitely capable of doing it, Harry.
I mean, I think we're seeing Young Po more on the front foot here. Very nice slip uppercut to the body there. Killer Jake tries to return. Jake seems to be having his block broke a little bit more than Po. I'd say Po's in control of the fight.
Yeah, and that head health starting to blink already from Jake. And we're seeing the stamina start to dwindle away as well.
I mean, already seen Young Po now starting to really let go of those combinations. Killer Jake trying to answer back with some big shots of his own, but seems to be becoming a little bit more difficult. Although those teeps are doing him wonders at the moment, Tad.
Yeah, he's mixing that spinning back kick in really well after that lead hook. Maybe Jake can try and pick up on that. It's the same combo he's thrown a couple of times now, so a nice sidestep. I did find success sidestepping Po yesterday as well when I played him. Jake gets the first rock. And as we saw from Blake, similar strategies to Blake. He's just taking his time, not rushing anything, and that's what Jake normally does. If you ever play him on ranked or whatever, he'll just take his time, doesn't rush anything when he's got you in the rock position there, Si.
Yeah. The one thing I've noticed over the course of this first round so far is just that Young Po, obviously I was saying about how Killer Jake likes those body uppercuts, Tad, but the way that Young Po has landed throughout this fight, he's gone to the head very, very nicely, but he's had some perfectly timed body uppercuts, and maybe that's kind of a theme that you see with a lot of these CW guys. They have that body work on lock for sure.
One thing, obviously he plays with Ed, Izzy and all that as well, so I think camp should probably be the Conor McGregor camp, to be honest, because I think they all use Conor, don't they? But one thing that I've noticed from Po as well, his movement's really good, and it's something that I've noticed watching Ed play. He's moving in and out without the block up, and you can get you'd be surprised how many strikes you can actually avoid without like just moving backwards without having your block up, and you can get out of there quite quick, and that's what Poe seems to be doing here. So I think Jake needs to try and put the pressure on and back Poe up against the cage here, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah. We already see Poe with a big advantage in the health stats. I mean, with Jake's patient style, is he going to be comfortable coming forward, being a bit more aggressive on Poe? I know he's had the one rock, but the stats are in a big favour for Poe at the moment.
Yeah, I agree, and it's not just the head; it's the body as well. They're both in similar positions, and you know they're both starting to get a little compromised now. You've seen the head health blinking every time Poe seems to land a shot, and Jake might have to start getting a little bit desperate and start trying to throw some out, pull some out of the bag, because it looks like Poe's starting to walk away with this.
Nice straight.
But as we saw in the last fight, it can happen.
That it can switch around on a moment's notice for sure. Killer Jake is game to the very, very end as well. He doesn't often, kind of allow some difficulties get out of or get in his way. Digs deep and always looking for those big counters, Ricardo. But once again, young Poe taking charge in the center, using Teeps very, very nicely, and seems relatively in control. For the most part.
Apart from that rock that Jake has, I don't think Poe's really been in much danger in the fight up till now.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd like to see Jake just try and pressure him a little bit more now, because I think he's fighting a little bit too much on the back foot, and if someone starts getting ahead on you, it's not ideal. Definitely not someone to the level of young Poe. But there's still time left in the fight. One rock can change the dynamic of the fight, so see if Jake can pull anything out of the backside. But that lead hook spinning back kick landing against Cyrus.
Yeah, it's been money for him, man. Obviously, Killer Jake needs to try and circle to the power side, but that's the bit of a problem. You put a circle to the power side, and you're going to walk into some big hooks from Conor McGregor or the straight. And right now, young Poe does seem to be all over it. But nice counter from Jake, man. He is looking for it non-stop.
That's 2 in a row.
Seems to be finding his groove a bit more now.
He looks like it. I mean, it could be a little bit too late.
Yeah.
This is, he's starting to look a little bit more like himself. The first round didn't really go his way. He was outstruck quite heavily. And then there it is again, landing again. It's a pretty flawless performance this at the minute from young Poe, but hopefully for Jake anyway, he can make something happen, Harry. But Poe's looking like he's man possessing there at the minute with that Conor McGregor pick.
Yeah. I'd like to see Poe go up high with a head kick here. I think it's open for him. I think Jake's expecting it to go to the body. There it is again. He caught it.
Oh, the knee with the rock.
Oh man, that is brutal.
Quadrupling up on the body. Jesus Christ. End of the round, four body hooks, and I'd like to see what Jake's body health is coming out in the second round, because that did some damage for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that was a statement to close out the round. It's going to put Poe in a fantastic position in this third. He has the opportunity where he can, if he chooses to, try and get into the source bonus, so to speak, there, Ricardo. If he has the stamina, he has a lot of head health, he can really, really start to unload if he wants to.
I mean, go ahead.
Killer Jake can do anything, but I think he can start going for that source bonus now, Paul.
Oh, brother.
Ooh, is this going to be it?
That could be it.
It is.
Poe going through to the next round. What a performance by young Poe. Not just the body, but the head as well. Absolutely minced. And a credit to young Poe, because it's not often we see someone work Jake, particularly Jake's body like that.
Yeah, exactly, brother. Exactly. I mean, Conor McGregor mirror match, the fact that he was able to out-body work him is impressive in itself. But you called it at the very beginning. I think it was you, Tad. I mean, young Poe is an incredibly composed fighter. That was evident throughout the entire course of this fight. Used feints, used range perfectly. And, obviously it led to his success there, Ricardo. He was able to, just kind of pick Killer Jake apart over the course of those rounds, and allows him to take that one step closer to obviously securing a little bit of money there.
I mean, it's very rare we'll see someone out Killer Jake, and that's what young Poe did there. So, very well done to young Poe on advancing to the next round.
Yes, sir. That means obviously the first round of the or the quarter-final round, if you will, is going to be Suave Jamie and Young Post. The first matchup is now locked in. We are going to be moving on to FSK Optics and FSK Fadnator, two campmates of yours. So I think we'll go to yourself there first, Ricardo. How about you give us a little bit of information about whichever one you want to, brother? Yeah.
I mean, FSK Fad, not one of the best players on the game, and Optics, actually a real-life friend of Fad. They know each other from real life, and Fad has taught Optics a lot of the stuff he knows on this game. So I don't know what the confidence is going to be like on Optics going against Fad, knowing knowing that Fad's taught him everything. I don't know what his confidence is going to be like. Is he going to be confident he can beat Fad, or will he know that Fad's taught him everything, kind of thing? It's just how confident Optics will be going up against him.
It can play a big factor, right, Tad? If you've been training with somebody for a long time. I mean, one of my main training partners for a long time. I'm cold-blooded. Anytime I fight that guy, I know how good he is, and it builds up a lot of the tension in you. Can sometimes impact the way that you compete, especially when the bright lights are on. And obviously there's some prizes at stake.
Yeah, mate, definitely. And so with Dylan Optics, I haven't played too much since my last ESFL fight, and that was about a month ago. And then I came on about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and I played Dylan for the first time, Optics, in a couple of weeks, and I was like, fuck, he's got pretty good. I mean, he has got a next-gen console now as well, which has definitely helped him. But something I've noticed with him, I mean, he's only 12 as well. He takes anything in that you tell him like a sponge. He's really good at learning, and he learns pretty quickly. So his game has improved since he's been here. But obviously, standing on the other side of him is Fadnator, and he needs no introduction. I mean, we look at the score there. I mean, but Fad, in my opinion, he is one of the top 5 players on this game. He's absolutely brilliant. So it looks like we've got Zabit going against Pettis, and we all know I like my Pettis fights, and Zabit's a fun one to use as well. So
yeah,
even if one of these guys is to lose, it looks like we could be getting a little bit of sauce here. So I'm looking forward to this one, side.
Yeah, there's always going to be some flashiness involved when you've got Zabit and Anthony Pettis in the cage. I mean, time and time again, from yourself, from Crypto, from many people, we've seen some of those unorthodox flashiness come out with the kicks, the punches, and the like from both of these fighters, for that matter. But knowing these two guys, I don't imagine we're going to have too much of a feeling out process. They do like to go forward quite a lot there, Ricardo, like to push the pace, and especially being as familiar as they are with each other, I think it's time to turn up and get that source bonus. I know that they're always game for it, brother.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh, I wonder how risky some people are going to go, because if you're going Pettis, your opponent's going to know you're going to go for some flashy stuff. So how much are you going to risk it? Because they'll know that stuff's coming. It's just how much you do it.
I'll stop you there though, Harry. Like, people know I'm going to go for it when I play them, and I catch people with it all the time. And I've done it 3 times in prime time. Got the Pettis kick, and just on a quick one. I hope that he's in here. I heard you shouting there, Si. Crypto, if you're watching that, just so you know, I'd smash your Pettis, by the way.
We're gonna have to book it, bro. We're gonna have to book it.
We're going into this fight here. We've got Fadnator and Optics with the Magomed Sharipov. Oh, straight away, he's going for the sauce. Here we go.
Oh, he lands a 2-touch kick
straight away off the bat. It looks like these guys are going for the fun approach as well. Both looking pretty flashy earlier on, and this is what you want to see earlier on. Fadnator. He's going for it straight away. This is my sort of fight. These are fights I enjoy. It's sort of, even if you're not the best player, at least people tune in to watch this sort of style. So
yeah,
it's fun to watch. But we see straight away. Look at the tornado kick. Dylan just needs to be careful, because that stamina, we're a minute into the fight, and look how low that stamina is. There it is.
He needs to be careful. Zabit doesn't have the best of stamina anyway. He needs to watch that.
I was gonna say some of these techniques are gonna leave their gas tanks empty early, especially because with Pettis, Fadnator's done a good job of attacking that body early. I mean, he's had a lot of those shots have gone there.
Yeah, definitely, and we if we see what they're going for straight away, there's no feeling out here.
Oh man, you love to see it. Like I said, these two guys, obviously, as you mentioned, campmates and they're friends in real life. They probably had a bit of an agreement coming into this one. You know, it's time to throw some leather. It doesn't really matter. They know that whoever advances on is going to stand as good a chance as anybody to win the entire thing. So, you know, you have that trust with each other to go after it and make sure that you can really, really be in with that source bonus award. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Detonator. Jesus, bro.
Fad. Jesus fucking Christ with the tornado kick. Oh man, right to the back of the head. I'm telling you boys, this source bonus, you know, you can block break all you want, but I'd rather see this any day of the week. What a knockout that was. You know, credit to both boys as well. Like, I like they must have had some form of agreement to go for flashy stuff, and you know I prefer to see that all day long. So it's nice to see them going, and you know, credit to Dylan. You know, he came in and gave it a go. Fadmate is one of the best players in the game. So I respect Dylan for going for the beat pick and also stepping in on late notice, because he did replace, I can't remember, who did he replace, Harry?
Max Gamp.
There you go, he replaced Max. So good fight from both guys, that's what you want to see.
Yeah,
and we'll have Fadinator moving on.
Well, as you say, Fadinator does secure his step forward in the competition, puts himself in a nice spot now. We're about to find out who he's going to be fighting up against, of course. Got some dangerous men out here, Ricardo. What can you tell us about these two gentlemen? Obviously, Ed Parker, BFAP Trixie now. Need a little introduction, but we'll do it anyway, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Ed Parker's usually on the PS side. I'm very intrigued to see how it does against the top Xbox people. We never really get to see this. And then Trixer, the primetime champion, he only has one loss. What is he? 21-1.
That was actually after the season, the most recent season. That's what he ended. But he's come back and he has a couple of wins under his belt again now, so that's even extended a little bit further. The guy literally has his own emote within Primetime, pound for pound GOAT as of right now, and I don't think there's anybody better to test that there, Ricardo, than Ed Parker, like you say, coming across to this Xbox side.
Yeah.
Sorry lads, I was just making a note of something there. I'm making a note of some of these fights just for the bonuses at the end, so I want to try and get as much, make it as fair as I can for everyone. So, but yeah, obviously we've got Trixie, Ed Parker. We don't need any introduction on either of the fighters really. Parker coming across on the PS side, but if you play this game, then you know it's 99% sure you know who Ed is. And then Trixie, dominant, absolutely dominant primetime champion. So, and he's good in these tournaments as well. He seems to thrive in these tournaments. It's not quite worked out for him in some leagues, but definitely primetime and some of the tournaments that we've had.
On that point as well, Tad. I mean, I believe he won the FSK. Sorry, the FSK, the ESFL Venom Invitational as well.
He did, yeah.
So
he did.
When he's invited to compete in some of these top end competitions, he always turns up, man. That's one thing I love about that guy. He'll fight anybody anytime. He's never ever kind of like phased about the opponent. You know, an internal kind of champion, if you will, in the mindset, even when he doesn't have the belt. And once again, you know, Ed Parker, somebody I've seen fight quite a lot, and has exceptional striking skills and all-round kind of capabilities on UFC 4. So I think it makes for an incredibly entertaining bout, Ricardo, especially considering that he's no longer EK, is Trixie. So with the BFAP boys, and of course that's going to mean that he's probably been drilling his grappling just a little bit more.
I mean, we see Ed Parker going into the southpaw stance here, but I thought he would have stayed away from that because that gives Trixie the really fast single leg. So I would have thought he would have stayed in the same stance as Trixer, and then that wasn't there for him. But he seems to be welcoming it here.
Not surprisingly, we see Trixie clinch up against Ed as well. Trixie's probably going to want to take it down. Ed taunting. And Ed's ground game's solid. Like, he knows what he's doing. Make no mistake. Obviously, he's a former SFL champ. He knows what he's doing on the ground. But Trixie, like I say, he thrives in this league, and he's going to be. I imagine he's going to be looking for another takedown attempt because striking against Ed's not a fun thing to do. But looking all right on the feet so far. Got at the start of the first round there, Harry.
Another interesting thing to note, of course, this is the first fight of the evening where there is cash potentially to be won on the line. $15 for the winner. If it's Ed Parker, that is, of course. If he's able to take out Trixie, he claims that bounty. I do believe there, Ricardo. Obviously, Trixie needs to hang on a little bit longer if he's going to claim it himself.
Trixie needs to get through this one, then get through Fad, and then he claims the bounty. I said sidestep there from Tricky.
Just missing the sidestep. But like, so if we look at this as well and go back to the Young Po fight, we see straight away the body damage that Ed's looking to put on straight away.
Yeah.
3 minutes into the first round, and it's not the best place to be for Trixie, especially against someone like Ed, who's just going to continue to trick away at that body. But, oh man, nice sidestep there from Trixie though, looking to get back at him.
Trixie seems to be working the legs as well. Yeah, do see it again. That's got a little bit of damage on the leg of Ed.
I love the attempts on some of these stutter steps. It's able to avoid some of the shots that are coming down the barrel and then the teep behind it. But obviously, Ed Parker's very, very educated. He continues to dig to the body. It's doing great work for him so far. But now Trixie trying to capitalize and getting a slam takedown. Nice high amplitude takedown there, Ricardo, to try and get some work off for the last 50-odd seconds of this first round.
I wonder what position Trixie will go for a top mount or side control.
Yeah, I mean, he might look to just sit in half guard for the rest of the round as well. He could transition. No, good denial there by Ed. I'll be honest. Look, in my opinion, I think Trixie might have taken this round. He was starting to come on before the takedown and to get that slam. So this could be Trixie's round going into the second. And you know what the judges like in this game. But even if they did give it to Trixie, I wouldn't say it's the robbery. A good comeback in the first round there from Trixie.
Yeah, he
see the stats.
2 takedowns, a minute top control, slightly more total and significant strikes. So one could easily say that Trixie was able to just about nab that one, but a closely contested one, Ricardo. These guys going back and forth in every way possible.
I mean, we see Ed Parker calling insults at Trixie in the chat. He said, if this guy has any sauce at all, it's like mayo. So I don't think he's happy with the way how Trixie's playing, but into round 2 we go.
Trixie may be looking at some of the bigger picture, trying to pick his opportunities to get the sauce, but I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's one of those ones, right? You've got potentially 6 fights to do it in, or just the one when you're up against a tough opponent like somebody like Ed Parker or one of these other killers in the league that are competing obviously under this FSK Invitational. So I don't know, bro. It's adjusting in game plans. I think that these guys are being very, very even so far, and I think that it is about who's willing to take that next step to try and kind of squeak out the win, Tad, because they're so close in terms of skill level from what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously we see, I think Ed's starting to put a little bit more pressure on now. He's seen that he was down on the stats, not by much significantly, or in total strikes he was down, and obviously Trixie had the takedown. So I think obviously we see him just putting the pressure on a little bit more round, and so far it is working for him, but it was the same. There you go. He's dropped him.
The upkick catches him, able to stop the continued pressure. Trixie not in a great spot, not out of the woods yet there, Ricardo, but
nice
seems to have composed himself at least.
Yeah. I mean, Trixie's still got that leg damage, and the head damage looks alright from, so he's doing better in the head starts. Nice shot from Ed.
Starting to run away with that stamina game, and the body health and the head health starting to dwindle. I mean, Ed's head health, though, in fairness, isn't the best. And there you go, he got rocked against a cage.
That stamina, though, that you said, Tad, it is a little bit problematic. He didn't really have enough stamina to continue that offense. Has to be very calculated in the way that he goes about this. Potentially another 7 minutes or so left in this bout, and Ed continues to work the body as well.
Yeah, definitely. Clinch attempt we see from Trixie there. I think it's any way you can now try and melt that block of Ed. The body health. Yeah. I'd rather have my head health lower than my body health, because the body health rocks are horrible to come back from, and if you've got no stamina, then it's pretty much game over. So, see Trixie, if he wants to do something, go for a takedown the end of this round, try and cement the round, but it's starting to look like himself here, Harry.
I feel like if Ed's to win this fight, it'll be by finish late in this 3rd round. Well, the next round.
Yeah.
Once he gets that advantage on the stamina, the body health dwindles, and then that sets up the head. That's how I feel Ed will win this. Trickster, just don't let Ed get that stamina advantage. That plays massively into his hands.
He's
like
really
Ed
sitting
Starr.
down.
Yeah, head
Yeah.
health coming down of Trixie now.
Switching his stances as well. I think he looks like Ed's starting to take the piss a little bit here, he's having fun in there now, and this is what we know Ed for. If you're Trixie's side, what are you looking to do coming into the third round, mate?
It's a tough one, brother. It's a tough one. Obviously, these guys are definitely more high level than I am for sure. But from the outside, I feel like continue really trying to do what he's doing. To be honest with you, brother, he's looking for a lot of counters. He's trying to stay very composed. Ed is running away with some of those body shots, so trying to answer back with some of those, but a little bit easier said than done, Ricardo. Oh,
Take down from Trickster.
well, actually, saying that right, brother, he potentially won round 1. Likely lost round 2, so if he's able to get a lot of top control in this third one, he may even be able to steal it away and progress, through to that next stage up against Tad. Up against Fad.
I mean, I'll jump in there if you want, Si. I'll jump in. I'll beat half of them anyway. Now, looking at this as well, Trixie, the head health, a little bit of confidence he can have going for himself is the head health's pretty similar. And then in the the final round, whatever fight you're doing, this is where the rocks and the drops normally tend to happen. So, no, it's not like he's out of the fight.
Ooh.
There you go. That's vintage Ed there, working the body, working the head. He's got him rocked.
I mean, we know Trixie is tricky in the clinch, and Ed caught him as he was coming in for it then.
Ed with the clinch.
Ooh, reversal from Trickster.
You've got to watch out for that as well.
The head
Obviously,
health
Trixie,
not
the
great,
veteran.
bro. Both guys, anytime anything lands, whether it be a jab, a hook, a bloody anything, man, anything, just a slight gust of wind, it seems to be chipping away at the remaining chin, Ricardo, and I don't think it's gonna take too much,
Oh, that's
brother.
Nice. The sidestep landed with the straight. Taking his time. This is what I like to see when you've got someone wrong. Just picking your shots. The head movement not really doing much for Trixie there. And I think it's
What would you do if
desperate.
you was Trixie, Tad?
Yeah, this is desperation time. I'd probably do that. But then, again, considering the drops, he's got him in stack guard here. Good defense by him.
Nice from Ed.
Considering drops Ed had, I don't think he's going to be able to do much here. I'd probably just look to unload on the feet. But again, this good defense on
Nice ground
stack
defense
guard.
from Ed.
Yeah, that was honestly vital in those moments. Those stat guard
Yeah.
shots, they do, incredible amounts of damage. So just to be able to
Ed's up.
completely mitigate that is absolutely perfect for him going into this last minute. All still to play for, both guys hurt and injured, but beautiful,
Jesus.
beautiful
That's nice.
slip. Oh my god.
And this is Ed coming over from the PS. So you know, this is a PS fighter playing one of the best on the Xbox. So, but Ed's looking brilliant in these later rounds, and that slip elbow, and there you go. He's dropped him again with the straight. Now Ed's gonna grapple with him.
Just see out this fight now if you're Ed. You're up probably 2 rounds.
Yeah, exactly right, exactly right. I mean, only 25 seconds left to go. It's not going to be easy for Trixie to get up, and looks like even the finish may be available, but nope. Trixie's defense holds true once again there, brother.
Yeah. Oh, a
Nice
good reversal
reversal,
there by
Trixie.
Trixie, but we should see Ed moving on to the next round. I mean, I think it'd be pretty bizarre if anything otherwise, but you know, we have seen all sorts of things in this game. Coming through to the decision now, I imagine it'll go to the red corner. I'm gonna skip that.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah, we've got Ed moving on to the next round. 29-28.
Of Trickster.
It was credit to Ed as well. He's in my opinion lost the first round. Then he readjusted the game, defended the takedowns, and started to get into his groove towards the end of the fight. Great performance by Ed. Commiserations against Trixie, but we'll see Ed moving on to the next round, and brilliant performance by the former ESFL champion.
Yes, sir. I mean, that actually concludes the left-hand side of the bracket. Of course, it means that Ed Parker has now picked up his first winnings of the evening. He has won the $15, I do believe. So congratulations to him. I'm sure he's going to be looking to accumulate a little bit more before the evening is out, trying to get, obviously, right to the end and pick up that big 200, but outside of that, we move on to the next side. Obviously, we actually have back-to-back bounties on the line. We're going to be having one of your campmates, FSK Jakey. Previously, he's been training around for a long time, been competing under a number of promotions, and had a lot of success in the past. And so has the young prodigy, JC21, coming through a lot of the leagues. Prime time back in the day, moved, obviously been fighting over in ESFL as well, been doing very, very well, and much like Blake Tyler and Jamie over there, Ricardo, he has a really, really entertaining striking style that can really stand with anybody.
I mean, Jakey used to be a wrestler back in the day, and he's now more turned into a striker. His striking has improved a lot over the last couple of months. I've noticed that in spars, he's a lot harder to beat than he was then. JC, one of the best on the game, was in TD. We've not seen him compete in a while. He only really competes in the SFL. His last one was versus Hammer. Be interesting to see how he does versus Jakey. I know they've previously fought in DSFL. JC got the better of that one, but that was a fair bit of time ago. So we'll see how they both do tonight.
I'm interested to see who they're going to pick, and just going back to what you said, the old Jakey used to be more of a grappler. I mean, cheese the fuck out of me in the ESFL anyway, but I still love him. But his striking has come on massively. Like you said there, he's more, well, he doesn't really grapple anymore, but the good thing about that is he's always got that to go back on. So his grappling, if you get him down, he knows what he's doing down there. The JC, another former ESFL champion, used to fight out of the TD camp, and he knows what he's doing all around, and his striking's really good. When he's actually going for it, he's one of the best on the game. So a good fight, this one. Looks like they're probably going to be a Rob Whittaker mirror match, and just like the last fight. And keys to success for this one, Si. What do you think Jakey's got to do to get JC out there, and vice versa?
Yeah, I expect big things in this one, to be perfectly honest with you there, brother. Like you say, they've both gone the Robert Whittaker matchup. The adjustments that Jakey has made to his game recently since joining the FSK side, really, really working on his hands. Always had that ground game to go with it, but those improvements have been massive, and it's paid a lot of dividends for him already around. And I think that may be one of the biggest factors in this one, Ricardo, going up against somebody like JC21, who is a fantastic striker, has a good ground game, but maybe not at the level that Jakey is on the mat.
I'd say JC's ground game's underrated. When they did fight in the SFL, you did see JC with the early rock from JC.
Best takedown in the game, that right hand. He's got Jakey hurt, and he is pouring it on my man, trying to make me eat my words.
Damn, what a start that is from JC. And obviously in the ESFL fight, this is where we saw JC thrive. He held him inside control. Comfortable, good defense there from Jakey. Yeah, and he knows what he's doing on the ground, but that's it. That's pretty big, that early rock and early knockdown there from JC. Yeah. So Jakey's got to respond in a big way here, because there's a long time to go in the fight, and JC's looking to get it out of there pretty quick.
I mean, it's going to be confidence building, if nothing else. I mean, Jakey is no slouch, so obviously they would have understandably been a lot of respect going into this one, but my God, the damage being put out there is crazy. Only 2 minutes gone. Both guys been sat down at least once there, Ricardo.
I think Jakey might be trying to do too much. He seems to be moving his head a lot more than usual. It works for him sometimes, but then it gets him caught other times. I think he needs to slow that down, be a bit more patient, and work his way into the fight. We see him lunge into a hook there.
And
he's down again.
Looking for the pullover, but JC's all over it. And, I don't really want to get into it because it looks like anything can happen at any time in this fight. But it goes back to what I said in the early fight. I think, good point there you made, Harry. I think Jakey just needs to go for the basics. The pulls. Just needs to go for the basics and try and make this some form of a fight here. But JC's looking to walk away with it early on.
Yeah, JC been dominant so far.
Yeah.
He's honestly looking sensational. I mean, like I said, I knew he was the kid prodigy, but he is looking levels above even the last time that I saw him. So, I mean, this is actually a really good standing for him. He may even be the dark horse in the entire thing as he continues to march forward and land on Jakey. This is not great for him. That head health continuously low. Oh, Jesus.
And then top mount. Let's see what Jakey does here.
That's it, brother. That is it. JC21 picking up a big W, holds on to his bounty for a little bit longer, Ricardo, able to take that forward. One more fight for him, and he's already earned his first $15 of the evening.
I mean, dominant from JC, start to finish, fought very well. Started off with that Superman punch. You don't usually see him. That might have just shocked Jakey, and then he just wasn't able to recover from there. He just seemed to be doing too much. But yeah, very well played from JC though.
And that's JC as well when he's at his best. Like a lot of the fights that he has, particularly in the former season of ASFL, he was, you know, you can clearly tell he's taking the piss a little bit and he's not taking it seriously. That right there is what he does when he's fully dialed in. And you know, you said he's a dark horse. He always is, but he's a dark horse sort of for a reason. And yeah, I think he's definitely one to watch out for. And then coming into this next fight, these are two more, well, definitely three-piece. These are two more dark horses are sort of overlooked in the competition, but we'll go into this one. We've got the Beacon, Anthony, and three-piece. The Beacon, obviously another former ESFL champion fighting out of the TD camp, so he trains with Jamie. He's had plenty of fights with Blake. He's had plenty of fights with the guy we just seen, JC. But yeah, Harry, do you want to introduce the three-piece to those that'll be watching?
Yeah, I mean, three-piece, well, he's known if you know him, but he's not known like some other people in the community, but he's arguably one of the best on the game. You know, we've seen him improve massively, playing with the likes of Blake, Max, people like that. And his game just went up massively. So we've seen a big improvement, and looking forward to see how he does against Dab here.
Another middleweight bout is what we seem to be having on the cards. A Darren Till up against Robert Whittaker. I would love to see that Darren Till pick.
I don't think he's going Till.
No, you don't think? Yeah, okay. Maybe he switches it up last second, but he may be, quite confident. No, he's going Darren Till, brother. He's going Darren Till. He is confident up against Anthony over there, Davkin, and obviously clearly wants to get that source bonus. Why not start the night off with a nice $50, kind of source bonus potentially in your back pocket?
Yeah, you've got to respect English for the pick. Got to respect that, and we see, like it was mentioned there, it could have been sparred, it could have been anything, but we see that Chris is 6-1 uppers on him as well. So
Jesus,
I think a few people might want to watch this guy, because if he starts competing again, he's definitely one of the best on the game.
I mean, in the votes from the chat, 70% of it went to three-piece, 30% of it went to Dab.
That says a lot. Dab's one of the best on the game. So one thing I'll tell you about Chris, when I sparred him, right, no one's ever done this to me. He 10-1 me, right, and every single fight, I mean, I couldn't even get close. He destroyed me. His head movement is so good. He's so good at like it's almost like he's playing in slow motion against you playing normal. He sees all of your shots coming. He's good at slipping and pulling all the shots you throw at him. So look out for his head movement, but. And fair play to him for going Darren Till, so we'll see what he's like against Rob, but Dab's obviously one of the best on the game, so I'm excited to see what Dab can do here in this one as well, Si.
Yeah, for sure. I honestly like what I'm seeing so far out of three-piece. He's throwing a lot of three-pieces, digging to the body continuously and trying to counter some of that body work that's coming back, from Anthony with those uppercuts, but as all of these fights have basically been, Ricardo, or the majority at least, it's been very, very close and competitive. These guys trying to work off some nice damaging shots, trying to pick at each other's stamina, and just try to kind of nip a little bit of an advantage early on.
Oof, nice step off there.
The movement here from Chris is really good. I mean, he's always moving his head. Obviously, that can get you caught sometimes in the game, and you don't want to be caught against Rob, who's got the power, and Rob can go on forever. His recovery stats are that good, but Chris fighting a pretty good game plan at the minute to say he's got Darren Till. Dab. There you go. The pull slip straight.
Yeah, that left hand of Darren Till is money for him once again here this evening. Beautiful combinations to boot with it. He has 1:35 left on the clock, Ricardo. There's a lot of time for him to work there.
I mean, Ab, the first ever UFC 4 ESFL champion. So I think he can easily come back from this. I don't think he's out of it just yet, but three-piece looking very nice there to start off this round.
Yeah, and this is what I was going to earlier as well. Like, I'm not trying to take anything away from Dab. I'm just on about because we've not seen much of three-piece. But if you watch how he fights, it's the head movement that he throws in between and after every single combination. He's always moving his head, so you feel like you're gonna hit him, and then it's out of the way. It's very frustrating to play, but don't. If there's anyone that can counteract it, it's Dab. He's been around the game for a long time. And he knows what he's doing. This is just the first round, so we'll see what happens coming into the second round. But what do you think Dab's got to do coming into the second round, dear Si?
Quite honestly, it's a difficult one. Cage cut in, continuing to pressure him off, and try to take away some of that lateral movement that you were alluding to a moment ago of Darren Till, that wide stance, and the kind of kickboxing that he has to go with it, the Muay Thai and so on. He's just a fantastic all-round striker. Fights very, very long for the most part, so trying to take that away from him and pressure him up against that cage. Probably the best boot, at least in my opinion, Ricardo. Do you see anything different there, my man? Oh!
Very surprised he didn't get a rock off that. No stamp, but yeah.
I mean, even,
with the chin.
Even though Three Piece has probably had the advantage here, I'd say it's very even in the health stats. As Three Piece gets a rock.
He's looking really good here, taking his time, not rushing anything. Something I've learned off Dab as well. If Dab gets a rock, he's very, very good at picking his shots as well. So we'll see if Dab's able to get a rock back. But I think he needs it. He definitely needs something coming into the midway point of the second round. Because Chris is looking really good, especially that down through one. I think that's the third one he's stuck there, Cyrus.
Yeah. And he hasn't been able to capitalize on it quite yet, but it really doesn't take, well, it takes one. It takes one, doesn't it? To turn the entire fight on its nose and put your opponent face down on the canvas. Got to be careful of those head kicks and maybe set them up a little bit better. Try to dig to the body, like he was a little bit earlier on in that first round, because he had such an advantage in terms of the stamina early, Ricardo, when he was going to the body, and I feel like maybe Three Pieces decided to abandon that and go to the head a little bit too much coming into the second.
I mean, one thing Dab does, and he's the first player I've noticed that started doing it, he throws double hooks, and it's not in like a noob way. Like, he does it strategically, because a lot of people throw a lead hook and a straight. So a lot of people slip off the centre line, and obviously Dab throws the double hooks. And it catches you off guard. Oh, Three Pieces.
Oh, there we go. I think that's what Dab needed. He was fighting too patiently against this. And if we see like the back end of this round now, he's had Chris up against the cage, and it's just been an onslaught on him. So this is what we need to see from Dabican going into the third round if it lasts that long, side.
Again, double hooks.
Bro, it's such a close fight. The damage is really starting to mount up on Three Pieces' head right now. If he's able to get one of those left hands to land once again, then obviously he can stop a lot of this pressure. But Dabican is quite clearly feeling his combinations and his striking all round. He seems to have made the necessary adjustments, Ricardo, and is trying to pour on the pressure in the last seconds of the second round.
I mean, I wonder if we're going to see Dab use the wrestling, because Rob has a big advantage there over Till. I wonder if we'll see him use it, or is he just going to stand and bang?
I didn't think so. And I love it, by the way. We've not seen a lot of grappling. Keep that up, boys. I'm all over that. Like, this is a much better round. Obviously, Chris coming out fighting the way he did in the first round, and he was getting successful with it. But then, we see there, Dab towards the end of that game, as soon as he started pressuring him against the cage, it completely changed the dynamic of the fight, and we see him get the drop on Darren Till way through there. So I think it's anyone's game, this fight. Coming in, the head health is actually in Dab's favour now, so we'll see what he can do coming into the third round here, Harry.
I mean, off the top of my head, I'd assume Rob would have a lot better chin and recovery stats than Darren Till, so that will give Dab the advantage in between rounds.
Yeah.
I wonder if Dab's got 20 more head kicks.
Yeah. I mean,
Three Piece.
Uppercut. Overhand right. Overhand left. Puts him down.
Lovely work. Calm, composed, adding them up.
Really good. Yeah, nice.
He needs to separate though, right, Taddy? He doesn't want to stay down here. Or maybe he does. In fact, it's the third round.
He's up.
Yeah. He's let him up, and it could come back to bite him in the arse. I might have tried to stay down there a little bit longer. Oh, that's nice.
Bro, you got to be careful throwing
man.
that combination. Dabakin is reading
That's
it
twice.
quickly. Yeah.
That's twice now.
Ooh,
Oh man, the overhand. Against the cage.
Brother, I think he might have this.
Full mount. Chris.
Oh, nice
Oh!
defense.
Oh, and Chris
not
goes
enough.
through.
3-piece. What a performance. Had a lot of adversity, able to turn that around. That connection went down very quickly, so we're just going to switch back across very briefly, but that does mean that 3-piece is, of course, going to find himself in an opportunity to win his first $15 up against the Kid Prodigy, JC21 himself. I think that's going to be an incredible bout.
That's a really good fight, yeah.
I don't know if he's going to go with those interesting picks. Do we know the weight class for the next ones yet, by any chance?
Bantamweight and light heavyweight it is. I'll look who the better seed is now. I think it's JC.
It's JC, right. Well,
So the better seed out of them two. No, it was 3-piece. So we'll either get to decide the weight or let JC decide the weight and then ban a fighter. I presume he's most probably going to pick bantamweight.
Well, with that being said, it moves us onto the very next fight. We don't have too many left in this preliminary stage of the competition, Tad. We're going to be having one of the gentlemen from the FSK camp in and of himself. That's FSK Keza La. The man is an absolute savage, pulls on the pressure, and a man probably after your own heart with the way that he approaches the fights, but has his work cut out for him up against BFAP Dave there, my man.
Yada.
Yeah.
As they say.
Oh, Yoda, sorry, I read the wrong name.
So good, brother. So good. Yeah, so we've got one of our own, Keza. Another, I think Keza's no, he's a Wool as well, isn't he? And no, I don't even know. I don't care. Anyway, Keza, he's got he's all around. He's an all-rounder, really. His striking's really good. Before he joined us, he was training a lot, and he still does. He plays a lot with Blake, Tyler, Jamie, and all the rest of them. Striking's very good, but ever since he got a next-gen console, his grappling's phenomenal at the minute, especially his side control. He's obviously been taking tips off Gamp in that aspect, who's got one of the best on the game. So don't be surprised if we see a little bit of grappling here from Jay. Yeah, but then obviously we've got Yadar, as it's pronounced, not Yerda. I mean, he's obviously a CW monster. Fights with Ed Parker, Young Per, as we've seen tonight, both picking up wins. Bodywork's brilliant, but he's got more of a heavy pressure style as opposed to them two. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do in this one. Both going Holloway, so we can see the flashy stuff in this one probably. But yeah, see how Jay comes out of this one. It's a big ask in front of him, but he can definitely pull it off.
Yeah, I would be interested. I don't know if either of you have got the information from the back, but who the banned fighter is in this one. This is the first Max Holloway that we've seen of the evening, and they're already starting out with some crazy pace, bro.
So the better seed was Kez. He decided to ban a fighter. He let Yoda pick the weight. He picked featherweight. Kez banned McGregor.
Right. Okay, interesting, man. Holloway's throwing down the combination. The cardio is always going to be there, Tad. It means that they can throw for days. As a man that plays Max, I'm sure that you're pretty happy to see this one at least once.
Oh, man.
Finally.
That's it, yeah. I mean, I have to be honest, I haven't played with Max in months, and I'm tempted to bring it back just because I think he's a little bit too OP, but then I do enjoy using him as well, just for this reason. You can throw as many strikes as you want and still keep the flashy stuff going. And with Max, there's a lot of things you can do with him. So it looks like we will see that with these two. They're throwing a lot of flying knees, head kicks, all that. Keza's putting up. He's fighting well, to be fair. No one's running away with the stats, and both taking a lot of damage early on. But then Keza's getting rocked straight away, getting dropped here, Harry.
Oh, Jesus!
Oh, man, what a combo that is. Lets him up.
Yeah, I mean, Yud is doing an absolutely fantastic job at the moment of pouring on the pressure. The combinations have been sensational, mixing up some flying shots, flying knees and so on as well. But just continually popping his opponent in the face. Kez has got to be very, very careful. Use that head movement like he was a moment ago. And I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, Ricardo, but when Kez is going with his combinations, he's just, he's an absolute nightmare. It's like he finds the mark with basically everything that he throws.
I think we're seeing Kez not fight how he usually fights. He just seems to be headhunting. Usually mixes in the bodywork very nice. I don't know if that was his plan. Let him go Max Holloway and then just spam combos, or he's just
Yeah. One
pressure just
thing,
getting to him.
I mean, try a sidestep or a pull on that knee, because Dom's throwing that knee out there a lot of times, and
Oh, he's down again.
straight away.
Big York down from Yoda.
Could be it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the flawless performance.
Yeah.
Pretty dominant in that aspect. Walks through Keza onto the next round. Unfortunate for Keza there. He didn't really get to showcase anything that he has been doing with us, and it's a shame. But congrats to Yerda, good performance there. Keza, I'm sure you'll be back at some point, moving on into the leagues and that. But yeah, Yerda moves on to the next round, and a big statement there. Made it look pretty easy given.
Yeah, I mean, knowing how good Keza is, I mean, obviously the fact that Yoda was able to come out there and do that, was very, very impressive, and definitely throws his name into the short list now. Not only with the advancement, but I'm sure in the supporters' minds on who they are actually, think are going to win. I mean, once again, it's another stand-up performance. Him, JC21. There's a couple of them have been scattered throughout the card that have really, really shown some good skills and maybe kind of leveled up in the moments that they've needed to secure that victory. But with all of that being said, my guys, we do move on to the very, very last fight of the first round of this tournament. Dirty Dave up against Let Me Bang, or Bang Bang as you will more commonly know him, Ricardo. These two guys, entertaining styles, especially on the side of Bang Bang with that craziness that he brings with the pace.
From what I know, I think these two are going to go for the bonus, and they're going to use some very out there fighters, shall we say. So
I was hoping that they were hovering over the guys that they were going to pick, and if that's the case, we are in for a very, very fun fight here this evening. We are going to switch straight across to them. They are ready to go. Bruce Lee, Yaya Rodriguez. Let's get this damn thing going. I cannot wait to see these two guys throw down.
Yeah, man, definitely. So Bang Bang, we all know what he's like. He's got that disgusting pressure, and I think he'll be the first one to say what his style is block breaking in it. Let's be fair, there's no two ways about it. But he does it really well. He's really effective at it, and it's got him a lot of places in this community. So he's also a really good guy.
Style, bro. It's a really entertaining style. Like all jokes aside, I know some people hate on this, that, and the other. It's the same that some people don't, like grappling or whatever else. It's whatever takes your fancy, and at least from my side, Justin Gaethje-esque approach to UFC 4 is a fun and an exciting style to see, no matter who his opponent is. And with somebody like BFAP Dave on the opposite side there, Ricardo, the man is very, very well versed in the game, spends a lot of time drilling combinations, so he's going to have some tools in his bag as well, to come up against this sort of pressure that he's expecting from Bang Bang.
I mean, I wonder how Bang is going to fight, because he's known for his pressure. Is he going to fight with his pressure and then mix in the flashy stuff, or is he just going to go all for the flashy stuff? What it looks like, he's going to stick to the fundamentals. When he has the advantage, then go for the flashy stuff. But big rock there from Bang.
First rock goes to Bang Bang early in the first round. Yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done, taking your time. My success I found against Bang is working the body early on. If you can manage to get a body rock in, it does slow him down, but then with his style, he's never out of the fight side. So yeah, it's a tricky one here for Dave to be in, but looks like Dave's not intending to grapple, which we all know he's very good at, going with the Bruce Lee pick. So we'll see what he does coming into the latter end of round one, if we do make it that far.
I mean, the one thing to keep in mind, of course, I mean, Bang Bang's an incredible striker, like we were saying, and honestly, it's a little bit difficult for people, I think, to truly replicate what he actually brings. There's a certain sort of chaos that he lives in. But what a nice kick from Dirty Dave. I mean, honestly, there's a complete contrast of styles between these two guys, I feel. Dirty Dave is a much more calm and composed sort of fighter, likes to do a lot of drilling and a little bit less sparring, and I feel like Bang Bang's all action, or all kill every single moment. Doesn't matter whether it be a spar, a fight on OWC, or whether there be money on the line, he's going to hit you in the face like you said something about his mother.
Yeah, that's Bang Bang. Honestly, he threw that wheel kick earlier on as well. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know Bang Bang knew how to do one of them. I thought there was just four punches for him, or three, sorry. No, four jabs, straight hooks, uppercuts. That's it. But yeah, it's nice to see Bang Bang throwing a wheel kick in there, and hopefully he can show me a little bit more as well coming into the end of the first round. But you know that Bruce Lee's definitely got the flashy moves, so I think Dave's going to be looking to set one of them up.
Well, I see in the chat, we say Dave's normally a grappler. Why isn't he grappling? Because he's trying to get that sauce bonus, brother. And he almost got it right there.
I like that. He did it moving away. That's something that not a lot of people do. He completely baited it out. It's unfortunate it didn't land. But the thing with them is,
Not with full damage.
the thing that you've got to think about with them, though, I think it can be a one-trick pony. If you throw it once, then your opponent is probably going to pick up on it the second time round. So when I do it, I try and throw it when I've got my opponent badly hurt, and that's when I normally get the finish from it. But you know, Bruce Lee's got other kicks he can use in the arsenal, and he could go for it again as well. He baited it out really nicely, moving away there, Si.
Yeah, definitely. Excellent first round. Exactly as we expected. These guys really brought the action from the beginning. It is the prime time, and now FSK guarantee the action will be brought each and every time when it comes to these guys. Going through this competition, especially, they are really going after that source bonus. I mean, you've incentivized them well to bring the action, Tad. I will give you that, my man.
Yeah, for sure. These fights have been pretty damn good as well. We've not seen a lot of grappling, and to say these are some of the best players on the game, I think the only one to try and grapple was Trixie. So oh, that's nice. And here we go. Here comes Dave putting the pressure on.
Oh, he's got him. He might actually have him here.
Yeah. Gentleman's agreement.
Yeah.
See if Bang manages to knock him down, we'll Bang jump on him. We'll see if he's going to.
We've seen it too many times, bro.
We've seen it. We have seen people do it. Where money's on the line, it can change people.
I mean, we've seen it when there's money not on the line, so yeah,
Exactly.
it'll happen, bro.
Seeing Dylan do it.
Great kick, Rock and Lion, flashbacks from Bang there.
I'm enjoying this fight for sure, though, especially the creativity that is coming from both fighters. Dirty Dave, I feel, is impressing tonight. Ricardo going, to a next level with his striking. I feel really digging deep to find some of these shots.
I think, like, Bang and Dave and Optics and Fad, they both went, like, off. Oh, Rock for Dave. I'd say they
He's
both,
really well.
yeah. Like, they both went
Diversity.
off meta picks. But Dylan and Fad, they was more just spamming techniques. But these are more fighting patiently, sticking to the basics, and then throwing them in there is more a surprising element than it just landing.
I'll be honest as well. Like even though it looks like he's moving forward, if you compare this to the first round, that's stunning.
That is the source right there if I've ever seen it. He's doing a beautiful job here, Tad. If he's able to actually secure a finish with something like that, especially with that Bruce Lee pick, I will be absolutely blown away, my man.
Dave's been in the practice mode, you can tell, because these kicks, like, a lot of people know about these. So what you like to see is mixing them up and comboing them really well. And what I was saying earlier, compared to the first round, Bang's shelling up quite a lot here. Oh man.
I mean, I don't know the stats, but I'd presume Yair Rodriguez. Bang's down.
He's picking
I'd
up
assume he has
now.
a good recovery from that Holloway fight. So maybe Bang just tries to make it to the end of the round and then go from there. Not risk anything in this one. Just wait till the next one. See this one out, get that recovery, and go again.
Yeah, for sure. Kicks. I'd like to see some more kicks from Bang Bang as well.
Yeah.
You've got your
he's down again.
Kicks. There it is again.
He's in a tough spot here, to be fair. A very tough spot. But answering back, maybe just trying to find his opportunity for a finish. A big wheel kick at the end of the round. They still have another 5 minutes to go, my guys, and I think that this is probably the one where we get it. I can't imagine any other way with the way that they continue to find the mark for some of these big shots, Ricardo. It's only a matter of time, bro.
Yeah. I'd like to see Bang use more kicks.
Yeah, definitely. Like I was saying, you've got
lovely straight from Dave.
damage looks like it's done now. That head health is really low. Bang, they'll probably just take one more shot at this point. But it looks like they're going for the flashy stuff. So, and Bruce Lee's, I don't think he's got the best chin on the game.
Oh, we seen Dave miss that leg kick on purpose, set a spin kick.
Yeah, he's getting
Ooh.
very, very sticky, but oh my god! Bang Bang is coming back with it!
He has try to do that earlier. Rock, Dave.
Dave looking to mix it up, man. Go on, boys.
Ooh.
Someone throw it. Someone throw something flashy. Jesus Christ.
There's so little Stam. Ooh, slip hook. Nice check there from Bang.
Yeah, they're just going for it now.
I'd love to see a feint body kick, head kick from Dave. I feel like Bang will protect that body. And it'll just
Yeah,
set up.
definitely.
Oh my god!
That's
Dirty
twice,
Dave
man.
is getting
Yeah.
dirty out here.
Oh man, he baits it really well.
Yeah. I hope
Well-
it's not a letdown with a KO, like just a jab that just tumbles one thing down.
Oh, that's nice. Fakes the body hug, goes for the straight. Man, he's just caused a rock.
Oh!
Oh, man.
Oh!
Dirty Dave. Jesus Christ.
He
Good
got
performance.
dirty. He got dirty with it tonight, brother. He got dirty with it tonight. Dirty Dave coming out here. What a crazy performance. I mean, from the Bruce Lee pick, Ricardo, to weathering that early storm from Bang Bang, turning it around, getting a front kick finish as well. That was some beautiful stuff.
Wow. I mean, it was calculated from Dave. He didn't just throw like stuff with no purpose. He set everything up. He went to the body nice. There was always a good setup to whatever he threw, and I thought he'd done that very well in the fight. What probably caught Bang off guard, because seeing him go Bruce Lee, most probably thought he was just going to throw random stuff.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And I would like to have seen a few more kicks from Dave, especially with the Yair pick. Yair's kicks are really good in this game. Probably some of the best kicking stats on the game. But you know what Bang's like. He loves his boxing combination. So and the stats weren't exactly dominant for one person. They were in terms of knockdowns, but Bang did have its success. But credit to Dave, he weathered the storm, and especially against Bang Bang, is one of the hardest storms to weather on the game. So fair play to him for pulling off and in the fashion he did. Credit to him looking for that source bonus. But moving on to the quarterfinals, we've got Suave Jamie and Young Po. If you want to break that down for us there, Harry.
I mean, I've been looking through the fight channel, and Young Po, the better seed out of the two bantamweight light heavyweights, decided to pick light heavyweight. I don't know why. I'd say that probably benefits Jamie, if anything. The slower fight going into wrestling. But maybe Paul's thinking bantamweight's a faster weight. Slowing it down at heavyweight might suit Paul. I don't know. But I think it's a very intriguing pick, and we won't see light heavyweight a lot in this tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people like to avoid some of those higher weight classes. Understandably so. Sorry, I mean the stamina can be a little bit problematic, but a lot of the time it's the footwork that really causes a lot of people problems, not being able to retreat in the normal fashion, or even pressure necessarily in the same sort of way. But yeah, we'll have to see which way that these two guys go after their first round performances. Obviously, Suave Jamie kicking the night off with an absolutely whirlwind performance. That comeback, I mean, he was having all sorts of problems from Blake Tyler over there, Ted, to get that spinning heel kick was absolutely next level. And
I mean, this one, Jamie looks like he's not able to fight right now. So if Fad and Ed are ready, we're going to skip to that one.
all right,
Let
okay.
Jamie's control. We're just seeing if Fad and Ed are ready to go.
Yeah, I imagine they're probably about ready there, my man. I've got to imagine. I know that Fad and Nate, especially, as you guys know, the FSK boys are always biting at the bit, ready to throw down. I think they're lobbied up, and they are. It appears to be down in bantamweight on this end of things there, Ricardo. Do you know who the banned fighter is there, bro?
I'll look now.
They are currently doing the old hovering over Aljo, but I doubt that they're going Aljo.
Yeah, Ed Parker is the better seed. I presume he's just picked bantamweight. If they're chilling at bantamweight.
Yeah, that seems to be what they are going for at the moment. Just if they're ready to go, we are ready to go on this end. Looks like Fad, as I anticipated, is currently just mucking through some of the stats. Seems to be ready and raring to go, so just waiting on the green light, guys. But while we're waiting, of course, we'll just have a little bit of a rundown. I think it's a perfect time to do so, since obviously we've gone through that first stage. A couple of guys maybe have joined this a little bit later and are not going to be familiar with the full setup that we have here, so very, very briefly, of course, this evening, there is prizes on the line, courtesy of all of the legends over at FSK, the FSK Invitational, brought to you by Primetime MMA, will be $200 for the winner of this event. Two £15 bounties, one which has already been claimed by Ed Parker, and of course, that sauce bonus that everybody is quite clearly trying to go after here this evening there, Tad, making sure to try and put on that little bit of an extra performance out here and secure some sort of big finish in order to stand out and get that extra $50.
Yeah, man. And with that, I have been making notes as well. There's a few contenders so far that I've seen, not just, and like, as I mentioned earlier, if you just joined the stream, it doesn't necessarily mean a knockout or a submission, whatever. It could be anything within the fight, something that we don't normally see, or anything that stands out. Like, it's another incentive for people to go for flashy shit or whatever. So there's a few contenders I've seen so far, and obviously we've still got a few fights to go, so it'll be 50-50 for anyone really at this point. But yeah, I've got my eyes on a few names, and that'll be decided by myself, Sai, and FSK Comp, as we all know.
Yes, sir. Well, I look forward to going through the shortlist, maybe even revisiting some of these fantastic knockouts that we've had so far, and the ones that we're quite clearly going to be getting over the course of the next X amount of fights. I was a little bit wrong, Ricardo. It looks like they've switched up to light heavyweight, bro. So maybe they had banned out bantamweight. The first light heavyweight pick of the evening, and potentially the only light heavyweight pick of the evening, as we see a Jerry Prohaska up against Jan Blachowicz. No, random?
No way.
Oh, no. I was gonna say, I mean, that would be a ballsy move, and I'd rate it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, there's much on the line, you hit random up.
It looks like we're going Yuri from Ed.
Ed? I mean, no, I think he's going to go back to Gus. I think he thought Fad had a ban or something, and he was going to go Gus. Yeah.
Gus. Is it a Gus Mirror?
A lot of range, some nice striking opportunities, has fantastic takedown defense. Not a bad pick all round. And of course, not a 5-star fighter either. So, yeah, this is a pretty solid pick. I think that's probably what we're going to see.
Fad has very, very good grappling. I wonder if he's going to use it against Ed. Ed's a very good striker. I don't know how confident he will be in there with Ed, especially at a slower weight, what might suit Ed. But yeah, I'm interested to see.
One thing I'll say for this fight coming up is Fad is a lot different to Trixie. And Fad's, as good as Trixie is, Fad's striking, I'd say, is quite a bit better than Trixie's. So I think this will be a much different fight for Ed. He's taking the southpaw stance straight away, as he's known for, but we'll see if he can get his body work going against Fad. But it's easier said than done. Once Fad starts getting a read on you, he's a problem.
I feel like it's all about styles, right? Even in the striking realm, there's different, striking approaches, and so sometimes in the past, like you said, Trixie may have got the better in prime time at least, but they are different types of fighters. They don't fight in a similar way, and even though Ed Parker came out here and was able to get a big W in that very first one up against Trixie, the ability for somebody like Fadnator to make adjustments like he does in his matches, a deep plethora of tools at his disposal, and I'm not afraid to engage, Ricardo, and I imagine that comes from trading with some of you savages who are pouring on that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see Fad try and use some leg kicks. He does them against me sometimes, and he does them very well. I feel like if he'd done that against Ed, it'd slow him down, it'd make him more vulnerable to takedowns, what he could use. I'd like to see Fad work the legs in this one.
Yeah, it's a bit harder to hit the leg kicks though if you're Fad cut against a southpaw fighting orthodox. That lead leg kick's pretty shite for me, and then the rear leg kick, it's a lot harder to actually get a clean one. So looking like he's wanted to take Ed down, and I don't think this is too much of a problem for Fad. This is probably where he wants it.
Nice tonight, Fad. And another one.
That's 2 straight away.
I mean, another one from Very good
Looks like
grappling.
a game plan from Fads to hold him inside control here, and he's doing a really good job of it early on in the first round here, Si.
Yeah, intelligently throwing a couple of knees to the body as well, trying to attack that stamina, because of course takedowns and ground and pound costs a lot of stamina, so going to that body's definitely going to help. But this is a fantastic opening round for Fadnator so far with this takedown. Definitely moves things into his favor.
Ooh, heads up.
Yeah.
Great get up there from Ed though. Great get up. Got the GA up and managed to get up first time from against Fad, who was looking dominant on the ground, definitely in side control. So this is where Ed wants it, back on the feet, but I think a mistake. Fad's pretty comfortable here too.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, on the feet, Ed Parker seems incredibly comfortable, as you'd imagine. I know that that's his bread and butter, but just feels like no harm can come to him almost, and is planting down on some of these combinations. Fadnator definitely needs to be wary of it and look to maybe feint out some opportunities, but a lot easier said than done, Ricardo, isn't it?
I mean, I'd usually class Fad as a very heavy pressure striker. I mean, at the heavier weight, I don't think he gets to do that. And he seems to be fighting on the back foot a little bit, and then he pressures forward. I don't think he's 100% certain what he's doing.
Sorry, that pull elbow was very close to landing. He just about went under with a beautiful body shot, which was excellently timed. Fadnator maybe getting his timing at the end of that first round. It's a close one, Tad. It's so back and forth. I don't really know which way this one's going to go, but I feel like if there's more takedowns, Fadnator may be able to secure it out, but it's a bit tough for him on the feet, at least for the majority of that first half.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's like what Harry was going to do there. Like, I think Fad's struggling a little bit throwing the combos just with the speed that they move with the higher weight classes. Lower weight classes, he'll start unloading the 3, 4, 5 piece combos, but we're not really seeing that from him, and it's forced him to play this patient game, which probably favours Ed. I'd have to believe so.
Yeah.
See if I can change it up, maybe get another takedown in the second round. But Ed's fighting a really smart fight at the minute against Fad, who's definitely one of the best on the game side.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that this is much better from Fad. He's pressuring Ed Parker up against the cage. He's cage cutting rather than following him for the most part, meaning that he's able to continue to keep Ed pressured up against that cage and maybe making this entire octagon feel a little bit claustrophobic. I have to say, I've seen Ed go for those a couple of times, those little duck under pivot lunges, Ricardo, and they're beautiful when they land, and they allow you to really get some maximum sort of damage off in terms of the vulnerability that your opponent finds themselves in when you're able to pull it off.
Oh man, that was nice. Jesus Christ.
Nice sequence from Ed. Oh, he's down.
The pull elbow there, baited it out with the body shot, pulled it out, pull elbow, and this is definitely starting to go into Ed's favour.
Yeah.
Fighting
Ed's fight at this moment in time.
The thing is that in terms of like statistics, health-wise, stamina-wise, they look very, very equal, but the longer they're on the feet, it just feels like the momentum is falling in the favor of Ed Parker, because he's just landing slightly the better shots. He just seems a little bit more composed and feels more confident that his punches are going to land, but obviously Fadnator is such a veteran of the game. He's able to mix it together fantastically with takedowns, and of course, even on the feet, although finds himself
2
on
minutes
the
left. See what Fad can do here.
Managed to get the kill. I'm probably not where I wanted here, but not ending up in the full guard. There's Ed's got a good guard, and there's not a lot he can do here right now, but he manages to pass into half guard. Nice a transition as well.
These are some big lines, though, I think, from bottom especially. I mean, stopping going over into top mount and so on, especially at this stage in the fight, the latter end of the second round. The stamina isn't great, so every transition denial really has a profound effect on your stamina going forward in the fight.
Yeah, definitely. Good defense on the bottom, denying the side saddle there from Ed. If we take a look at the head health, they are both pretty similar. Likewise with the stamina as well, Sai and Harry. There, even though he's been dropped quite badly, it's still anyone's take in this fight. Just needs to take his time and come up with something for the third round here. But that's not out of the fight by a long shot.
Nice reversal from Fad. I don't think there's much time left for him to do anything with it though.
Yeah, not a lot of time. But once again, just extra moments on the ground. all stacks up a little bit. Like to see the statistics there very briefly. Once again, very close, but the knockdown and that rock for Ed Parker was absolutely massive in the second round and quite clearly netted him.
Who do you use first round to?
Yeah, this is what I was just going to. We know what the judges like in this game. I could be looking at one apiece here.
Yeah.
Ed's looking to come out aggressive straight away.
Yeah, that's the way to start the third round. After a strong second round, you want to turn it up, not allow your opponent any opportunity to get their bearings more than the seconds in between those rounds. And Ed Parker definitely looking for...
Oh, beautiful.
That's what I like to see. Pulling the pulls, man. I thought he got him there, but Ed sharp to it.
Yeah, I mean, Neo in this bitch, I mean, the ability to pull after pull after pull, that was absolutely beautiful. But once again, I have to say, I love the way that Fadnator approaches his bouts. Even though he's having some difficulties, he doesn't, kind of waver from what he knows works for him, pressuring forward. Although it does walk onto a big straight right there, Ricardo.
And that, honestly, that's a big confidence knock. You're in the third round, you manage to pull his pull, you think you've got him, and then Ed pulls your pull. So that could be your chance, and now Ed's starting to drop him with everything now.
Yeah,
that's a big confidence knocker there from Ed. Fad's got to do something big here.
He's having a tough time though. The stamina and the head health pretty problematic, and obviously Ed Parker's very content to allow him to walk onto strikes, and rather than chase that finish, just allowing it to come to him.
The knee elbow, which I haven't got a problem with. I sometimes throw it out there if I've got someone badly hurt. Glad we saw a pull of a pull. That's one thing I did want to see in this tournament with all the big names. So, oh man, I manages to sweep him here though. This is where he wants him.
This could be big for Fad if he can get some damage off.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these strikes landing, but partially blocked. Not a lot of stamina.
Got a minute 50 to work here. This is quite bad for Ed. This he needs to get him off.
Yeah, Ed needs to get out as quick as possible.
Oh Jesus!
Good deny from Ed.
Yeah, fantastic.
You got that one?
Oh my God!
As well.
Fadnator is cracked out here this evening. He wants that double. You has a minute left on the clock to do it. Does his stamina permit him to throw enough strikes at this stage there, Ricardo, to get the finish?
Now.
Yeah.
I think if you're ready, you stop Fad from posturing enough.
It could be quite controversial, this.
Ooh.
Man, he needs to do something, but Fad's all over.
Beautiful deny from
every
Fad.
single one.
This
good deny from Ed as well.
This is a crazy minute or so from Fadnator, but at least by my scorecards, he needs a finish. He needs a finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this is arse in mouth time from Ed. He's
Oh my God!
Oh, man,
one punch in it.
Shot. 3 seconds left.
There was one punch in that thing. One single punch.
I think that's still Ed's because of the amount of knockdowns he got on the feet.
Yeah, I agree with you, but was that not kind of shades of was it Gunnar Nelson up against Leon Edwards, where winning the first 2 rounds, and then come that last minute or two, you are just getting pounded in top mount and the narrowest of margins to get through it. We'll have to see which way the judges go, Tad, but you've got to think that, like Ricardo was saying, Ed probably got that one.
Yeah, man. I think we did see it. I think Ed got it up after the fight with 5 stars. I think Ed's won. Not gonna lie though, I mean, I'd like to see what the scorecard was if it was 29-28, because in some circumstances the game could have gave that to Fad for the top mount control. He got a few rocks and he got the rock at top mount at the end. So performance from both guys, and Fad showing the veteran that he is in the game. He fought to the very end. He was unlucky. He managed to get the flip into top mount, but fortunately for him, Ed was on form, and it was a great performance from Ed as well. And the pulling of the pulls shows the upper echelon of the game levels. It was a clinic from Ed in that department. So Ed, moving on.
Booty to behold, my man. Booty to behold. That was a fantastic fight, and we have many more on the on the roster, if you will, or the event schedule left here this evening. I'm going to go to you for a moment there, Ricardo. I believe, of course, we skipped on from Young Po and Jamie. Are these guys ready now?
I think it is, yeah. Jamie just said his controller's good.
Okay.
Just stand by 2 seconds, boys. I'm just going to go and get a quick drink.
Not a problem there, brother. We'll lead it into this one. So yeah, I mean, obviously this was the first round that was scheduled. Slight delay due to some controller issues. Obviously, we hope that that doesn't have any impacts on the actual gameplay itself there. But two high-level competitors that are going to be really throwing down. What can you tell us about these two guys? I mean, not that you need to tell us too much, of course, very well-known names, but a little bit of background on them there, brother.
Well, I mean, from the first fights we've seen, Jamie was on the back foot. I'd say he's more of a pressure striker. I know Blake is a very high-quality counter striker, so I don't know if Jamie was a bit anxious, pressuring Blake, so maybe we'll see that come out against Paul. But Paul is also a very good counter fighter. So I don't know how they're both going to fight this one. I'm very intrigued to see how it turns out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, we have a seeding system in for this one as well. They are currently hovering up at the light heavyweight weight class. Is that the confirmed weight class for this one?
Yeah, Young Paul's selected light heavyweight.
Okay, nice. Obviously, these picks can change, but as we wait a couple of moments to get into this one, it appears that we may be having a Jared Cannonier pick, which would be very interesting from Young Po. Would love to see him try to utilize some of that powerful striking that Cannonier has. And across from him, I don't know if this is actually somebody that Jamie picks often or whatever it may be, but he is currently hovering over Glover Teixeira, which would be a pretty solid pick to, go the champ.
Yeah. I feel like we're going to see Jamie try and use the wrestling in this one. He has a very deadly side control, very good top mount. I feel like we're going to see that in this one.
I'm back, by the way, boys.
Great stuff, great stuff. Well, with that being all said, we are now going to move straight into the very, very next bout. Like I said, these two are ready to go. It is light heavyweight, and if it all stays the same, we will be having Glover Teixeira up against Jared Cannonier. We will have to see if that's the case in a couple of moments.
I mean, doesn't Cannonier not have the best bottom control?
Best bottom control?
I don't think he has the best bottom control.
He doesn't. His ground game isn't fantastic, I don't think. I think he has slightly decent get-ups, but of course, he wants to be on the feet trying to land some of those big shots. It would be interesting to see if Suave Jamie can get him down. I can tell you one thing. On UFC 4, I haven't had an opportunity to strike with Suave Jamie because he takes me down and he absolutely destroys me down there every single time with absolute ease, and it's because he's a savage on the ground. So that was my main point.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing if he's going to try to implement that up against a savage in his own right of Po.
So in this one, Paul was the better seed, and he decided to pick light heavyweight.
Okay.
And Jamie basically had a go at him for picking light heavyweight, and Paul said, "Well, you can ban someone if you want." And James decided to ban Gustafsson.
Oh,
so,
okay.
I mean, Paul, he could have not let Jamie do it, but he let Jamie ban someone, and he decided to ban Gustafsson. So we're now going to see Young Paul. Hang on.
So do we see Jamie Po? Is he a Glover user then normally?
I'm not sure. But...
I don't know.
He must be, yeah. I don't know. Like I don't fucking fight these weights. Like,
I mean, now Paul is saying if he doesn't get it, he doesn't get it. He didn't realise Jamie didn't get a ban. So, I mean, if Paul said he could ban someone thinking that he thought he got the ban and he didn't know, it's only fair that he does actually get to use Gus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it'll be Gus. I know Jamie uses Jan at light heavyweight, so it looks like it's going to be Gus versus Jan, but Gus's boxing's really good. Like Sai says, one thing that Jamie has got, he's going Yuri. One thing Jamie's got is his grappling, and he's got a disgusting side control, so...
Oh, mate, please.
Don't be surprised if we see that in this fight.
There has been one too many nightmares stuck underneath this guy raining down elbows onto the side of your... dome piece. Yeah, no, he's a savage on there, and that side control is kind of memories of UFC 3 almost, and the ability, how powerful side control was back in UFC 3. That's kind of how strong it still feels with him, but he has to get it there first, and that's going to be a difficult one. Ricardo up against Young Po, who's a very, very unpredictable guy on the feet, and very, very, very strong all round when it comes to his ability to land some big shots.
I mean, we see Paul shooting for a takedown there. I don't know if he actually meant to do it, but I'd say if you're picking Jiri, you're picking him to strike, not wrestle against a Yan, obviously.
Yeah.
As well.
Could have been just he held the button a little too long, so
Yeah.
pulled out of it
That's
straight
fine.
away. But looking to work the body straight away. You just got to be careful with Jamie. But he's using that body straight really well. He's landing it every time. Maybe trying to bait out an uppercut from Suave Jamie in the first round there, Si.
Yeah, potentially so, brother.
Are we
potentially
going to
so.
see a turning takedown? Yes, we are. Does Paul defend it? Yes, he does. Jamie goes for the
Good
back
defense
direct
there.
from Paul.
FSK Ricardo-esque defense, that.
Nice
I said
lead
on
hook
defense
from
in the game.
Suave Jamie again. I mean, I'm like what I'm seeing from both guys. Excellent takedown defense. The hip toss puts him over onto
Poe
the side.
takes Jamie down.
Yeah, maybe that takedown earlier on was intentional there, Tad. You never know, brother. You never know.
100%. You know, something like Jamie, he's got a disgusting ground game, but Poe showing, I'm not afraid to take you down or go down with you. So, actually, this could be a little wake up call to Jamie. He might have thought he'd absolutely sauce him on the ground, but at the minute, Poe's looking sharp.
Tad, do you know what console Paul's on? Is he on the next gen or?
I have no clue, mate. I'm
One
going
of
to
the
say
things,
yes.
one of the things as well, though, Tad, is I mean,
Ooh.
maybe they just heard us going into this fight talking about how good Suave Jamie was on the ground and decided that that's where he needed to take the fight in order to get the finish, and maybe get that source bonus. Like you say, it can be anyway. So outgrounding the guy that has perceivably better ground skills could be a good way to do it. Although a lot of issues right here.
Yeah, I mean, as well, if we're looking, I mean, good defense from Poe. Jamie had a moment inside control, and Poe was easy.
Nice
There you
reversal.
go. He's got him flipped. He wasn't able to do anything inside control there, and that's where we see Jamie absolutely smash people. But Poe's looking really good on the ground. Like, I didn't know Poe's ground game was this good. So he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. And as it stands, I'd probably give this round going to Poe at the moment. So
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. He's the one that's able to secure the takedown. Has had probably just over half the amount of time on the ground, and of course working these short shots. There's a lot of time as well. I mean, 50 seconds doesn't seem like a long time, but when your opponent's able to really maximize the damage that he's able to put out Ricardo, then it can feel like that. But I have to say, Suave Jamie's ability to stop him posturing up has been sensational.
I mean, I'm very impressed with young Paul on the ground. I didn't think he'd be able to compete with Jamie like this.
Yeah.
Jamie's regarded as one of the best grapplers on the game. I think this is very, very good from Paul. If he can get some damage here.
We haven't seen much of Poe's ground game. Not just in the ESFL, but well, in any league. I haven't really seen what Poe's like on the ground. He's a monster on the feet, you see. But we look at them stats. He's massively up on the stats, and the ground control to do that to someone like Jamie, who for a while's probably had the best ground game, is it's a credit to him. So good performance so far from young Poe. I think Jamie needs to get something going in the second round here.
Completely agree with you. And he's trying to do just that, opening up with a number of combinations, trying to get in his opponent's face. Did not even know that Blachowicz had that sort of kick, but he threw it out there anyway. I have to say, Young Poe's ability to land shots, behind the block has been fantastic. Anytime that he sees Jamie's hands lower, he goes to the face, and same vice versa. But it's really on a knife's edge, I feel like, at this stage. That had it could go either way. So much power, especially in light heavyweight.
Well, I'll take you back to my fight as well. I don't know if you remember it, Si. I had a fight with Jamie in the GP. It was light heavyweight as well. I think we both went. I went Yuri, he went Yan. Yeah. I rocked him twice early in the first round. Nearly had him out of there, and then it just took one shot, and I was done. So, I mean, and that's sort of what happened with Jamie's first fight with Blake as well. He's always in the fight, so he's got to, as you'd say, mind his P's and Q's here, and just do what he's doing. Like, he's fighting a pretty near perfect fight against someone like Jamie, but Jamie looking to take him down, and he gets a trip. But Poe right back up there, Harry.
Back on the feet now. I'd say Paul's got a good advantage on the body health. He goes for a throw. Jamie gets a late deny. I mean, he's carries his kicks to the cage. Oh, spinning out. Oh, he didn't go for the tail. Oh, he's rocked him.
That was nice.
Yeah, unpredictable.
Off the break.
And unpredictable and very kind of explosive. moments from Suave Jamie, now clinching him up and trying to slow it down again. His ability to change pace in a fight, Ricardo, I feel like is one of his biggest tools. He goes from 0 to 100 in like 0.1.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what got me as well, Sai, the change of pace. It was just one, it was like a switch, and it just flicked in the middle of the fight, and then it was just constant pressure, took one rock, and that was it done. I feel like to that other hand there though, I've not seen many people do that. I'm gonna actually steal that myself. That was nice. The overhand on the break, and that's got Jamie's first rock in the fight. So some of the Poe's got to watch out for, and we do see that head health dwindling on his side as well there, Harry.
Apologize for some of the technical difficulties that we're seeing here. It's unfortunately on the host side. Hopefully that clears up a moment, but at least we get to see, even if it's in blocked form, that they're still throwing those shots.
Oh man, uppercut. And here comes Jamie now.
Oh, nice.
Uppercut lands from Poe.
Poe is
Jamie
game, bro.
moves out of there nicely. Gotta watch out for them pulls though, because Jamie will pull them like we saw Ed do in the last fight. Jamie, he's all over them, and he does look to bait them out, so Poe's got to be careful with that, but I know Poe's got that in his arsenal as well.
Nice.
A much better round from Jamie though, for this one side.
Yeah, I like what I saw from Jamie. He really mixed it up. Like I said, his ability to change pace in that round was fantastic. But once again, even with the success that Jamie's having, I just feel like young Poe has a certain kind of edge about him. I don't know what it is. It's hard to put my finger on it, but he seems to be finding the slightest of moments to get himself a little bit ahead in the important areas.
Yeah.
Would you say that's 2-0 young Paul coming into the third now? Jamie probably needs a finish.
I don't know if Jamie. I didn't manage to clash the stats there, but I don't know if Jamie would have took that one. I think he had. How many rocks did he have compared to Poe in that round? Oh, he's going out with the front kick straight away. Poe returning with the body shots. It's getting a little bit scrappy now.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh man. Oh, young Poe, man.
Oh, hey, what's happened here?
Little glitch there. Young Poe's looking to finish straight away. Didn't like that fake glove touch at the start of the round, and Jamie looking to clinch
Jamie
him.
with a clinch.
A little bit of buffering.
Oh, come on,
Hopefully
lads.
that
Fix
comes
your
back.
internet.
Yeah.
Apologies for this, lads. Anything can happen. We'll probably come back and it'll be over.
Yeah.
Jamie gets a trip.
I mean, it was only a matter of time, I suppose, for at least one fight to have some of these issues, but the majority of the night has been basically in 4K, so you've got to give the little bit of a slip as it goes. But once again, we see Suave Jamie now in that side control position that you were calling about a little bit earlier on this evening, Tad, before this fight. And how dangerous this man is from this position. It can be a really, really tough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. Poe's doing all the right things at the moment, waiting for the right moments to move. But Jamie, he's just building up that GA, and his denials are pretty sharp. But Poe's really impressed me with his ground game. I didn't know his ground game was this good. So
Yeah.
one thing as well, like you were saying about Jamie, he lets him up there, but wastes no time. So say the fight's not going his way, he'll take you down straight away, and that's what we just saw then. He got the rock, he got rocked, and he had Poe down pretty quickly, but lets him up, and obviously I think he's confident in his hands that he can knock Poe out on the feet. But it's been a big start from Poe in the third round, and you might want to think that Jamie's got to do something here, Harry.
And that he did, brother. Oh my god.
Stamina's hurting him here, but that was what we saw in the first fight with Blake. The wheel kick got Blake and just caught Poe there.
I mean, if your Paul just survive, you're probably up 2. You got to drop this round. Just survive.
That's not what you want, though. You don't want to be fluffing takedowns like that, especially against someone like Jamie. But the body work is starting to pay dividends here for Poe. The stamina, the deficits, it is looking good for Poe, and the body health's going to be a big factor in the last round. A minute to go. Wheel kick lands again from Jamie. Poe looking to clinch their side.
Yeah, trying to mix it up in any way they can. Not a lot of time left to go. Head healths are not in the worst of spots, but definitely within that punish range. Unfortunately, it lags up for moments, but we are back. And Looks like Jerry decides that the side control may be an option to close out this fight, and you can't argue with it too much. I think that he may be up in it, in this fight over the course of the entire thing there, Ricardo.
I mean, it wouldn't be smart, but I'd love to see Paul get up and just smash hands with him for a bit. Like, come on,
man, he's blocking everything now.
Yeah, it's very good grappling from Paul. I'm impressed with it.
Yeah. Again, credit to Young Po. I mean, I didn't know his grappling was this good. Obviously, it's not going to be shite if in the CCW camp and his resume in the ESFL. But Jesus Christ, what a performance that was from Po! And I'd be pretty surprised if Jamie comes away with that one. But we never know with the judges in this game, so we'll see which way they give it to. But what impressed you in that fight there, Si?
Quite honestly, it was a sensational fight all around. Once again, Young Po just really showed some composure. I really like his approach to fighting as a whole. He always is looking for the finish. Quite candidly, he doesn't but he's not rushing things either. It's a nice balance. Oh! Suave Jamie got it. Adelaide Bird in the house here this evening. No, all seriousness, he put on a good show, both guys. But I do think that probably Young Po edged that, at least by my judging. Unfortunately, it goes that way.
I mean,
I don't really know what to say at the moment. Jeez,
we'll see if we see the results. 3 stars overall, 29-28 across the board.
Go back to the stats.
I wonder if we get to see round by round statistics. I mean, obviously the decision is the decision, so I've got to imagine that it's just going to continue. But I would like to see the round by round stats if they're gonna show them, just for our own curiosity, if nothing else.
Come on, Paul, let's see him.
It is post streaming, isn't it? Yeah. Hopefully he walks through them quickly. We'll probably have to move on, I think, unfortunately, because he may be taking a bit of a... No, he's there. Okay.
Oh, he's showing. Alright, slow down, lad.
His reaction's obviously sensational. So round
1, probably either way, really, that one. Yeah, I'd give that Paul. He's got more control.
More total strikes, more control, and the takedown. So potentially he edged that one.
Round 2 now, fella.
he is on some madness with it. I feel like he feels he won rounds 1 and 3, and I think that I could probably agree with that. But unfortunately, sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, right? Nothing that we can really do about it. But
that is the cookie that is UFC 4. I see in the chat a lot of people saying override that. I'm not gonna lie. We'll play it as it lies. So
I mean,
it's gonna be Jamie walking away with that. In my opinion, I think that Young Po won. However, these things happen. Fair play to Jamie. He did what he had to do, but it's heavy on Young Po. That Assad, honestly, I'll tell you, mate, you looked really good in that fight, mate. You looked really good. I'm sorry that had to happen like that, but that's the way of the game, unfortunately. So, and there is still 50-50 to be won, so it could have your name on.
Exactly right. You put on some sensational performances, and no shame in that one. Like you said, arguably won the fight. Unfortunately, just didn't go his way on this occasion, but it takes us very nicely back onto the right-hand side of the bracket. We're going to be having the next bounty up on the line. Either one of these guys advances and gets $15 due to the bounty on JC's head. JC 21, an FSK 3-piece. How about you take us into this one, guys?
Yeah, mate. So 3-piece again. Bought Dab in the first round. Looked really good with Darren Till. We saw his head movement, and there's one thing to look out for. The head movement of his in between and after combinations is hard. It's horrible to deal with. There's no two ways about it. But then, if there's anyone that can deal with it after the performance he had in the first time, and even though he's one of my campmates, an absolute obliteration of Jakey. I mean, I was focused. JC, if he's going to show up like that, Chris could have a lot on his hands here. So
I'm reading the fighter chat now. I'm trying to see who they're picking. You can host. Hang on. I think JC is picking bantamweight. Hang on, wait. Who's even the horse for this one? I think they're just doing it out of their own thing. I think they've just binned off the horse. No, horse seed. No, 3-piece is the better seed.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, like I said, we kind of coined that both these guys are the dark horse leading, into this competition potentially. JC, the kid prodigy, able to put on a fantastic performance up against one of the campmates, of course, in Jakey, who has made massive adjustments in his striking recently, just not able to get, not able to get on the right side of JC here this evening. But with that being said, I mean, potential revenge on the cards with $15 to go along with it on the side of FSK 3-piece, who quite honestly showed a sensational performance in his last one. He really looked exceptional in that last fight.
To say it was a Darren Till against a Rob as well. It was against Rob Baker, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was.
So that's Darren Till at middleweight, which isn't the best. So he did that against Davikin, who's a former champ as well. So watch out for him, because he's a dark horse. He is, in my opinion, the biggest dark horse in the competition, and from who I've played out of everyone in the game, he's one of the best. He's absolutely up there. So then, like I said earlier, a motivated JC is a different type of JC. Just before we continue as well, just want to give a shout out, thanks for everyone for tuning into the stream, and also thanks to Cyrus and those at Primetime for letting us use his platform to broadcast this. We do appreciate it. We have been the best camp in this game for a while now, let's be fair. I don't see Kingsman doing this, so shout out to those boys.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, we're moving into this one.
Echo that statement. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure to get your votes in as we continue to progress through the tournament. Once again, shout out to you guys over there in FSK. You guys put up the money for this tournament, managed to arrange the entire things with the minds of Ricardo, Tad, obviously Comp in the background, and a couple of others doing little bits and bobs. But we're straight into this one, my man. Jan mirror match. And no time wasted. They are really pushing the pace early, Ricardo, trying to take each other's heads off as early as they can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Chris's style favours JC a bit more than Dab. Like, they've both got just relentless pressure styles, but Chris is such a hard one to deal with, like with the head movement. You think you've hit him and then he's out of the way. So JC's got to really be on form for this one. But like I say, he knows what he's doing, so, and he's motivated, especially with the Petty Yan pick. He's got a really good Petty Yan.
I mean, he's here to show Santa Claus isn't real, in his words.
Well, my God, he's doing just that right now. He is really, really turning up the pressure. He's already got JC, the kid prodigy, down on the mat. Back up momentarily, but JC is in the thick of it at the moment, Tad, having the pressure poured on by FSK 3-piece right now.
This is what I mean, and as soon as he assumes that southpaw position, it's on. He was saying earlier he wasn't very confident himself. He's not played the game in a while, but I found that sometimes when you have a bit of time away, you come back pretty fucking sharp. And then this is what we're seeing from Chris. Good head movement there from JC.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. It was vital to his survival in this round, in my opinion, and he was able to pull out the bag. But once again, these guys continuing to just kind of tip-tap at each other with big, strong shots there, Ricardo. Hooks, straights, all seem to be landing. Lots and lots of head movement. Just like that, man.
Oh, man, Chris is... He's not playing any games anyway. He's looking to finish JC quicker than what he did Dab, and with a stronger pick at Petty Yan. He's showing the levels here. JC needs to try and take a step back and stop this pressure, but it's not going his way up to yet.
The one thing JC has, he's not damaged the body yet, really. I always feel if your body's good enough, you can always stay in the fight. But if your body's gone, it's very tough to stay in there.
Yeah.
I feel like that's something that's going for JC at the moment.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like I said earlier, I'd much rather have my head rocked than my body. As soon as that stamina starts dwindling with the body health, the head's pretty sharp to follow after. But Chris is looking phenomenal here against JC, and
but that's JC.
Straight there from JC, looking to give Chris something back, because I think he needed that coming into the end of this first round, Si.
Yeah, he needed to get a little bit of respect back from 3-piece, because 3-piece is just building momentum, building confidence over the course of that first round, really with not a lot of kind of things being answered back, or nothing substantial had to kind of really dissuade him from what he was doing. So getting that rock, a big stun, just one step in the right direction to try and change the entire trajectory of this bout. 2 rounds left, lots of time.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen tonight, like anything can happen at any given moment. Just because someone's lost the first or second round doesn't mean I mean, look at the last fight. We saw what happened with Jamie and Poe. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean you're out of the fight, regardless of what happens in the first round. So, but they slip straight there from three piece, and he's looking to, he lets him back up.
Yeah. Go back. Oh, JC using the wrestling.
JC looking to take him down, turning him into a wrestler.
Well, I think it was you that said it, in the very, very first fight, Tad. He has an underrated ground game and quite clearly looking to utilize that this evening. Probably an intelligent move as well, due to some of the adversity he was having on the feet, for the most part, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to look for something to stop this pressure that's coming from three piece at the moment. And grappling can change the fight, and there you go. He's got a denial there. Chris can't panic in this position. Just get him into half guard, but I imagine it's a good reversal there. I've not seen much of Chris's grappling, so yeah, we'll see what he's like on the ground, but I'm pretty sure he'll know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's doing a good job right now. Again, those denials. Obviously, the ground and pound is going to rain down if he so chooses. And as you saw right there, even just with the one-shot landing, the head health is relatively low with JC, and he's kind of within kill range at this point.
Yeah, and that head health's blinking badly for JC.
Yeah,
I'd like to see him. Yeah, he's up. That's what I was going to say. I'd like to see him stand up.
Honestly, man, Chris is a problem. I'll tell you now. He's really, really good.
Nice work. He's got.
I mean, if you're Chris now, just don't give JC anything. Just stick to the basics.
But with the head health this low, though, as well, Ricardo, he can basically get the better of any combination if they, when they both plant and throw at the same time. He has enough of an advantage where he should come out on top.
Yeah, exactly. That's that. It's one of them. You look at how that was nice. Looking to pull the pulls.
Is he rocked? No.
No, that was his stamina, I think, from JC blinking, but now his head health in a spot where it's blinking without even damage being landed on him. A very, very dire position to be in, but he is staying game to the very end as expected from the Kid Prodigy, doing all he can to get the finish.
That was nice.
It's tough.
It's a nice combo, but it could be too little too late here.
Oh, he survives.
The head is compromised from JC. The stamina is starting to dwindle.
By the skin of his teeth, he is
surviving.
surviving.
That was going high, and it was going to hit him as he was pulling.
Really managed to, if he can make it to the end of this round, he definitely needs to try and come up with something. I imagine he's got Jamie in his corner. Jamie trying to give him some form of advice, but three pieces on a mission here tonight, and he's looking to destroy everyone. I don't think he's taken a step back once in any of his fights, so you definitely want to watch. But JC going to look at try and getting something going in the third round. Show of respect there from JC.
It's all about respect, people.
It's all about respect. MMA is all about respect, lads.
Oh! Nice, he's got him injured, pressed up against the cage, trying to pour it on. Lovely sidestep and answer back from JC, trying all he can.
Big moment there for Chris. Capitalize, he's down.
Could be it.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
Yeah, that's it. There you go. Three piece will advance into the semi-finals with another clinic against, JC needs no introduction. He's obviously the former champion in the SFL.
That's two former champions now.
Yeah, man, that's two former champions from three piece. Lucky to have someone like this in the camp. And yeah, he could be one to watch. Definitely going into the semi-finals. So it's going to be a problem for whoever wins this next fight.
I mean, for sure, man. The standout performances for sure with him. He came out in the first fight. Obviously you got to understand that in the first fight, JC came out and was able to, no shame for Jakey. You run through Jakey a little bit, was able to get his momentum going with his hands, so was clearly on fire here this evening. So to fight JC when he's on and fighting at his best, and just to be able to shut him down like he was able to do here this evening, I think that's a massive feather in the cap of three piece. And he's strongly starting to build his case to be one of the favourites going towards this final now. Of course, finds himself in the semi-finals positions. But with all of that being said, guys, we're going to skip across to obviously the full card. We're going to take ourselves into the very, very final fight of this quarterfinal section. It's been a long day, lads. My apologies. It's going to be Yurds up against BFAP Dave, of course. Yurda, he had a great performance up against FSK Keza. And on the flip side, Dave came out with that Bruce Lee pick, and were honestly kind of still blow to this very, very moment. He's kind of blown me out the water. The fact that he was able to get that knockout with Bruce Lee, in a tournament like this up against somebody like Bang Bang was very, very impressive.
Yeah, no, I agree. So obviously Yadar smoked Keza in the first fight, pretty flawlessly, to be honest. But Dave took out Bang Bang with the Bruce Lee in stunning fashion. I know it impressed you, so it impressed me too. I'm interested to see, I don't know if they're going to go off pet meta and go for another saucy performance on this one, or if Dave's going to take it a little bit more seriously. One thing I've seen from him is in fights, when he does take it seriously, if you see him rock someone, he absolutely doesn't hesitate to take him down. He'll double leg him straight away and hold him inside control, and he does that over and over again. So I wonder if we're going to see that side of him. But I know he's been practicing, working his game. He's been training. He's been coaching as well. He's been coaching Aaron, who we all know, who's been the best for a while now. So he's been coaching Aaron. He's been coaching others as well. But yeah, I don't know if he's going to take this seriously. I know he's got a very good Petty Yan. Then I'm surprised at those stats there. I didn't know that Dom was 10-2 up on him. So yeah. See what happens. But take nothing away from Dom. Like, Dom's one of the best on the game. So
I mean,
we'll see.
Something that I've just seen as well. Chris just won the bounty. We didn't even speak about that, but yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna chime in on that. You're absolutely right, brother. He's able to secure that victory. Not only able to get some revenge for campmate after that, the first stages. He was also able to pick up that bounty, which is gonna feel nice. Already $15 in the bag, and one step close to that, $200 price tag at the very, very end. Putting on fantastic performances as well. Has the opportunity to get that $50 source bonus. But with that being said, guys like this right here are trying to answer that call, trying to get their names in the hat, and have been doing a great job of doing so far, Tad.
Yeah, and straight away I'll tell you now, with the Petty Yan pick, it tells me that Dave's taking it a little more seriously than he did in the first fight. Yeah. The striking looks really good. He's pretty elusive. He's mixing up the body jabs and the head movement pretty well. So
I'm loving.
Once Dom starts. Yeah, man. Once Dom starts pulling away with his combos, he can get a little bit saucy in his own right. So just a heavy feeling out process at the minute, Si.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that I've seen from I know I keep saying his name wrong, but Yoda is the mix-ups to the body is absolutely insane. He's throwing like a straight lead body hook, straight to the body, and then lead body hook as well, straight behind it. Things like that. It's just little sneaky things that you don't often see too many throw, but nice counters back from Dirty Dave Lansley.
Yeah, gotta be careful.
Dave, Little Birdie once told me that he actually has spent more time in training up against the AI, drilling inputs than he has in actual fights. And honestly, sometimes I can believe it. He's very, very clinical in the strikes he throws. He doesn't miss input things very, very often, and it makes him very, very dangerous on some of the counters there, Ricardo, because they come out lightning fast when you've got the inputs down and you can press them quicker. They come out a little bit quicker.
Yeah. I mean, he's known for not taking showers. He just spends all his time in practice mode, so very educated on the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's
Dave Rock,
brother, 15-piece combination. I don't even know what that was.
Man,
I'm loving this pressure from your dad.
I love it though. Look at this.
That was nice.
Jesus Christ. Bomb's going in, I'll tell you that, man.
Yeah.
And I love the mix-ups. Like, I love it when the fluent combinations, when people can actually mix it to the body and finish with the head in the same combination, man. It looks sick.
It's a shame you can't do that.
Mate, come on now.
But honestly, these combinations, I know Dirty Dave is still staying true to it. Goes for the ankle picking, back in BFAT.
I mean, there's only 40 seconds left.
Honestly, though, I think that it was still vital. It was vital.
Yeah, he needed something there because Dom's been pretty pretty clinical up to now. So
Yeah, I mean, that pressure.
Just going into the second round. Sorry there, Si. Just going into the second round. I think that this is what Dave needs to do. He's a monster on the ground. I don't think he wants to know any part of Dom striking going into second round because he got a little like a Christmas tree and a few exchanges there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him go for a takedown pretty early on in this second round. But then again, he's shown that he is wanting to strike for the most part of that round.
We see your dad fighting out of southpaw to avoid the Osagari from Dave.
Oh, Dave answers back, slip off straight spear.
Very nice from Dave.
That's what I was talking about there. Like, he's so quick on hitting that spear takedown into side control if he's got someone rocked. And I mean, I'm not a grappler, but I think a lot more people should probably try and use that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Especially when when you have the ground abilities of somebody like Dirty Dave, an absolutely terrifying experience to be under this guy. He doesn't let you get up too easily. These guys both jockeying for some GA. You see Dirty Dave able to do so very efficiently, maxed out, sliced across into that half guard with relative ease. I will say that the defense, on bottom from Dom, as I think you're saying his actual name is. Still saying it wrong, but no, he's doing a very good job of defending himself, and that's why he was able to work his way back to that full guard onto his feet, and now of course going to try and unleash with some of those sensational combinations he's been unloading with already.
If you look at the leg health of your dad, that benefits Dave massively. Going for takedowns as well, you get takedowns a lot easier when your opponent has low leg health, and he seems to be doing a very good job of chopping them down.
Well, one of your guys, Comp, actually told me this. It also takes away the damage, but not for that. Dirty Dave going for the finish.
It's the up kick.
Yes, sir. Just about keeping him in it, but Dave is now trying to turn it up and walks onto a big shot.
Man, it's getting tense here. And if you look at the head health, man, Dom's is starting to dwindle as well.
Yeah.
With that leg health as well. Dave's certainly not out of the fighting it by any means, but I think if I'm a Dave fan, I'm wanting Dave to take him down, but then Dom's just needs to keep doing what he's doing and just keep it basic with the exchanges. Like this, it's the basics that are getting someone like Dave who moves his head a lot.
Yeah, he seems to have had the answer over the course of the first round, but the adjustments from Dave have really, really played dividends over the course of the second round. I feel like that takedown as well, those leg kicks, as you mentioned, it can set up a lot, because if your opponent's worried about being taken down, as you can see, the hands start to blink or flutter down to stop that takedown preemptively, and a lot of the time that's when somebody like Dirty Dave will recognize something like that and come over top with something big to catch you. But each one from Dar, Jesus.
Yeah, Dom, he's just struggling to get him out of there. Just noticed Dom putting it on 5 rounds, not happy with that, but hopefully they can get it finished before the third.
Yeah, they've got another 5 minutes, 5 seconds left on the clock. They have been emptying the gas tank, in all fairness, though, Tad.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it went past the end of the third round, to be honest. A lot of rocks and a lot of drops in this fight. You think that Dom's sort of winning the striking exchanges, but then obviously on the ground we can see that Dave's a superior man there. And that leg health will come down pretty quick if he manages a few more leg kicks.
Got to be careful throwing him, though, because you can get caught as you go through him. And Dave's head health isn't the best at the moment. If he does get caught by throwing one, you would think it's going to be a rock.
Yeah, for sure.
He is.
Another leg kick lands there.
That one's checked.
Chopping wood right now, continuing to attack that lead leg of Yoda. I have to say, ankle pick not available for him on this one.
Good defense. Just there for those as well.
The sauce!
That is nice. This is what Dave does. That's what I noticed he was doing in the last fight. He
steps back.
He baits out, steps back, yeah. I don't see many people do that, but it works every single time.
He seems to throw it in the pocket, but as he's moving back, it gets him out of the pocket. Oh,
man.
Lovely from Dave.
Yeah, Dirty Dave leveling it up. 3 minutes 20 on the clock. He needs to pour on the pressure, secure this victory now.
I'm just... This could go to a fourth round. I don't know. What are we doing with that then, Ari? We letting them go, or
I mean, PC Tadpole, you enforce the law. What are you deciding?
well, no. If it goes to the third round, then we'll call it, boys.
Yeah.
Should have been 3 rounds anyway, so It's not going to go 5 rounds unless it's the final 5 rounds. Is it?
Yes, I think.
Yeah, unless it's a final, that's the only one that's going to be 5 rounders. So if they do get it to a third round, just so everyone knows, it'll be me, Cyrus, and Harry will be calling the fight from our opinion. But hopefully we can get it done by then.
Yeah, for sure.
Make sure you set up right, boys. Jesus Christ. My God. So yeah, back on the feet here. Big rock from Dirty Dave, and he's forced Dom to switch stances, coming into the last 2 minutes of the third round.
Yeah, that leg health is quite obviously ate up, but obviously Yoda, he's not really too concerned about it because he's had the head health advantage on Dirty Dave for quite some time, and I feel like he favors his odds to get the knockout due to that over the leg health that he's now obviously able to hide behind switching that stance.
Oh!
Dave coming to look good defense there by Dom.
Yeah,
Both head health's blinking at this point though.
I have to say, Yoda's ability to wait. Oh Jesus! God damn, he is pouring it on.
Knockdown.
This could be it. 1 or 2 shots is all that was left in it. 40 seconds left on this third and final round of this quarter-final bout.
I tell you what, don't sleep on Dave's striking though. Dave's striking's in class. He knows what he's doing.
Definitely,
he's switching the stance as well to mirror whatever Dom's doing.
Oh
man!
1 shot left in it. 6 seconds left on the clock. Is that it? Oh my God! He just about survives.
I think we let him play it out.
You want to let them?
You want to let them play it out?
Yeah, it's not fair for us to decide this.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, it's actually glitched as well.
It is on.
Boys, it's glitched as well. It's actually glitched as well, so it looks like the EA gods have decided this one for us. We're about to have a little look through the fight statistics. Perfect opportunity for us to do so. If they could go slowly over them for us to analyze, that would be greatly appreciated. I believe that Yuda is the one that is actually the host, but I think that's the only fair way, guys. Or not the fair way, right? They don't run this back.
Yeah, we'll put it.
I can't believe.
All right, gents.
What happens here then?
Well, I think we need to see the stats.
In my opinion,
can we put a vote in chat? Can we do that? Is that for everyone who's watching decide?
Right, so we've got round 3. Right. There you go. 3 stuns to Dirty Dave in round. He's going pretty quick for me, I'll be honest with you. I don't know which one got it. So 3, 2. Round 2 was 2. Oh no, yeah, 2 knockdowns as well. That's hard to see, bro. Yoda might have got it from round 1 or 2, but he's going very, very quickly, so I wasn't able to see it. Ultimately, there, guys, this I will defer to the FSK boys in this occasion. Of course, your money, your tournament, guys. So however you want to run with it, we can do so.
Right, I'm going to put something in the chat here, boys. Hang on.
Not a problem there, brother. Not a problem. What we'll do is we'll switch back cross for a moment. We'll have a little bit of a look. Okay, so yeah, you're the one it. But I think from what I'm seeing in the background as a whole, I don't know if you guys, yeah. So is that what you guys are all running by? I think that's what the unanimous vote seems to be on round.
Yeah, it'll yeah. Dom will go through on a judging basis from the 3 of us.
Yeah,
Dom gets a nod in that one.
Yeah, I think.
If you.
Right, we've got word from Killer Jake. He was a judge at a local MMA club. He'd done a few jobs there, and from his little experience, Yoda takes it. So.
Okay.
Oh, that's it. That's set in fucking stone. That you can't argue with that.
No.
Thanks a lot, Killer Jake. I appreciate that, dude.
Well, with that all being said, I think we'll jump on to the next one. Then this was it was a fun fight, nevertheless, right? I mean, a bit weird with the fact it was 5 rounds, almost finished in the final couple of seconds. Dirty Dave just about able to hang on for it, for it to go into a glitch. I mean, these things you can't write it. You can't write it. But that obviously concludes the quarterfinals. We now move on to the semi-finals. We have a man that got through here a little bit controversially, and Suave Jamie going to be stepping through up against the one and only Ed Parker, who has looked absolutely sensational here this evening. I think this is another one that has all the hallmarks of an incredible bout here, Ted.
Yeah, mate. So, if for those who didn't, if you just joined us, a bit of controversy. A lot of people think Young Po won the quarterfinal fight against Jamie, myself included. I'll be honest. However, the UFC 4 gods had other ideas. So, Jamie's in the semi-final against Ed Parker, who's looked pretty flawless in both of his previous 2 fights. It's just been a striking masterclass for him, and he's clearly on form. A lot of the times we have seen Ed sort of crumble a little bit in this game, but tonight definitely he's been absolutely on point. So if there's anyone who can give Jamie problems tonight in the striking department, it's definitely Ed. And we'll see if Jamie's gonna look to go down to his grappling that he's known for as well. But I'm interested to see who's going to take this one, Harry.
I think we're going to see Jamie wrestle. I've seen he's picking flyweight. I know he's a big TJ fan, so we expect to see that from him.
Yeah, that is actually who he's offering over as well. Ban Cejudo is from what I'm seeing in the back. Is that right, brother?
I mean, who's the better seed for this one?
That's what I'm seeing, I think, from the updates from the back team. Ed Parker v Jamie in flyweight. Ed Parker banned Cejudo is the information that I have, at least for the moment. The great thing is this connection is sensational. We are going to get to witness this in all of its glory. So without further ado, we are going to skip across to this fight. I'm highly anticipating it, especially in this weight class. They're going to have, the fighters that they need to be able to really, really showcase their skills all round. Going to have fantastic cardio, movement, and obviously, some really, really diverse picks when it comes down to flyweight. I think between Marino, DJ, so on and so forth, TJ, etc., Figueiredo. There are some fantastic options down in this weight class.
I thought Ed would have picked featherweight, if I'm honest. No, lightweight, I mean.
Oh,
it was either flyweight or light, and Ed's known to have a good Conor McGregor. And Dillashaw you can wrestle with Dillashaw, so I would have thought Ed would have thought, pick McGregor. Jamie will most probably also pick McGregor, and he won't get
to nullify that, though, Harry, Jamie's got a really good McGregor as well. So it's sort of 6 and 2 3s. I think it's like, even though Ed's known for his McGregor, Jamie's is probably just as good.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get the Dillashaw mirror. Obviously, that opens up the wrestling for Jamie as well, but. Make no mistake, Ed knows what he's doing on the ground, and his denials against Trixie. Who did he just beat again as well in the second fight?
Fad.
Fad, against Fad as well, who's a monster on the ground. His denials against him were on point as well. So
Ed's going southpaw straight away, yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
the vintage Ed Parker southpaw, looking to create a bit of space and stop that Suave Jamie pressure.
It sets up that beautiful body shot as well, right? That body roundhouse, able to cut right into the body on the open side. So many offensive opportunities that come from being in that stance up against an orthodox fighter.
Yeah, exactly. And on that as well, just with Jamie tonight, I was saying earlier on, he's got a really heavy pressure, almost block breaking style, if you would, but we've seen quite a patient Jamie here tonight. I don't know how you want to approach that against someone like Ed, who's one of the most patient players in the game, and once he starts getting in his groove, he'll start opening up the lethal combinations he's known for. But look at that, that's a 4-piece, he just missed every single punch. But Jamie a much more patient approach from tonight, and I am enjoying seeing him actually. It's a nice change, and it's good to see him back. He's been playing pretty good tonight, so.
He has. He's had to dig deep quite a lot of times. Finding the spin kick finish in that first one. Of course, the second fight was a close one that a little bit of controversy behind it, but nevertheless, he's been the guy that's had to fight his way from the bottom in each one of these fights in order to get the victory. He hasn't been having an easy time whatsoever, and of course, Ed Parker's not going to give him an easy time either. He's so defensively sound and has offensive, kind of arsenals at his disposal that. He just is a very, very difficult man to deal with on the feet.
I mean, maybe a bit of
Exactly, man.
underdog story here from Jamie because a lot of people picked Blake to win over Jamie. A lot of people thought Paul won. I don't think many people picked him to win the tournament, so he might feel like he's a bit doubted going into this one. He wants to just shut all the doubters up.
Yeah, excellent point.
Yeah.
Has a point to prove that.
Yeah, definitely. I think after his last fight, he needs to try and make a statement. But it's like you were saying, making it against someone like Ed's a lot easier said than done. But he's got him inside control here, and this is where he probably would have wanted it at the start of the fight. So see if he can get any denials in here, Si.
Oh, Ed gets out.
He misses the first one.
Yeah.
But he's just gonna look to take his time here. Like I don't think he needs to rush anything. It's in the semi-finals now. You're getting closer to
Ooh,
the
top
200. Manages to top mount him.
Ed's got flashbacks from Fadia.
Yeah, he has.
I mean, yeah, it's really funny you say that. Maybe he Suave Jamie saw an opening in that bout because Badnator was all over that top mount. Suave Jamie's able to replicate some of that like he was able to just right there. He could have a lot of success on the ground and do the damage he needs to get himself ahead in this fight. He is ahead into the first round in terms of the statistics, at least, that had with more significant strikes, total strikes, and some top control. Although Ed Parker did do some great work on the feet leading up until that point.
Yeah, good work from Jamie. He's obviously looking to play it a little bit more safe. And like I said, as soon as things start going a little bit away from him, he doesn't make any hesitation in switching up and taking it down. And like he's got one of the best ground games, so he's got no problem holding Ed or anyone for that matter exactly where he needs them. But Ed's showing great takedown defense, and again with the denial, but he just needs to watch that stamina because that can chip away after a few of them takedown denials.
Exactly. Perfect leg kick catch, a body kick catch, I apologize, from Ed Parker. He's looking very, very good as we've said throughout the course of the night on the feet, just incredibly composed. But Suave Jamie is not wasting any time now. I feel like he's starting to turn up the pace, Ricardo. I don't know if you're seeing the same sort of thing.
I agree. He's been quite patient in the first two fights, but in this one he seems to be picking it up, fighting how people usually would think he'd fight.
Yeah, good head movement there. I've never played on PlayStation, so I can't really say too much the difference. But credit to Ed coming over from PSI, where he's predominantly known for, and fighting this well on PlayStation. I think he's doing it on a old gen as well. So fair play to him. But Jamie fighting a pretty smart fight at the minute. I'd like to see Jamie try and get another takedown in though before this round ends. Si.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. He needs maybe a takedown, or I mean, obviously if he's able to get a rock, that changes things. But it's going to be difficult. Yeah. Ed Parker's being so defensively sound, utilizing those teeps absolutely perfectly. I think maybe even going down the BFAP route and trying to get one of those ankles maybe in order. But oh my
Jesus
God!
Christ! Oh man, that was nice.
Oh my God!
My days. My
Jesus
days.
Christ. Yeah, I thought that knocked him out.
Oh, that's going to take him down, isn't it? Because he's got no stam. Yeah.
I was going to say, I mean, Ed Parker was trying to empty that bottle, trying to get all the sauce out right there and then, but Suave Jamie somehow finds an opportunity or a way to survive and get the takedown. Yeah. A lot of time to work as well, how dangerous he is. He may be able to get something pretty big off you, Ricardo.
I mean, Jamie hasn't had a rock or anything this round, has he, before Ed done that?
Not sure, to be honest.
No, I don't think he has.
So it's probably Ed's round, so he needs to try and steal it back.
Oh man, in another world that deserved a knockout. Like that was pretty nice. The slip uppercut.
That was beautiful.
It started off that whole sequence there from Ed, and like I was saying, Ed's looked really, really good tonight. I don't think he would have been like the absolute number one favorite coming into this, but as it's gone on, he's starting to look like a real threat.
Yeah.
But like I say, Jamie again in all of his fights tonight, he's probably not put on the best performance he's ever had, but he's managed to get the job done. So don't count him out by any means.
Oh, god damn. These guys really, really bringing all the action. I am absolutely loving all of the strikes that they are displaying here this evening, Ricardo. We're going to go into this next round. I imagine that they're going to empty the gas tank, try and get that finish, third and final round. Money's on the line, and you know that they're both trying to get that No, not just the bragging rights of winning the tournament, but that extra cheddar change in your pocket goes a long way.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a lot of money up for grabs here tonight. I don't, one of the biggest that any tourneys have done so far. So
Yes, sir.
I think it's all to play for in this round. I think round 1 went to Jamie, round 2 went to Ed, so it's there for whoever wants it. I think Ed's
and we've
got the
seen quite
best
a lot of
odds.
fights like that.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh!
rock from Ed.
There you go.
Oh,
Brother.
oh, he's down.
Letting him back up. No, he's going to go into his guard.
Ooh,
Gets
Ed
the
takes
side control. We'll see what Ed's side control's like, looking to be paid. But I haven't got a problem with this. You know, it looks like you're 2-1 up now, given that rock. So
Yeah.
I mean,
try
you've
and
seen
hold
what
him
happened to
down.
Paul before. Do you do
Oh
that?
man,
Do you risk it?
they're being pretty relentless here. Straight back into side control.
Yeah, and he gets
He
the
gets
denial
denial
off.
there, Sai.
That's massive. I mean, the upwards denial. If he was able to get the crucifix, then I don't know, it might have even been game over with 3 minutes left on the clock. But decides to go back onto the feet, and it's almost like Ed Parker's just trying to give Suave Jamie a little bit of his own medicine here and trying to mix it all up on him in the third round. You know, he's basically just tried to counter grapple and strike up until this point, but going into some of those clinches and grappling exchanges with absolute willingness so far is Ed Parker, and now touching him up on the feet
Again.
And Ed looking again, just looking to put on yet another clinic as he has done so often tonight. But Jamie probably needs that into side control. I think he's going to have to do something here,
I think that's the best option, though. Take him down. Do you not think he tries to stay on the feet and look for a finish, though?
Well, it's easier said than done, though, Harry, against someone like Ed, innit? With how good he's been tonight as well.
I mean, Ed can just sit in half guard and try and stall Jamie. I mean,
And he manages
to
go backside.
Yeah, will he take this or will he stand up? Yeah.
Straight back up.
Fight on the feet.
You've got a minute. One has to argue. I mean, I know we saw what happened against Poe, but one has to argue that Ed's probably up at least 2-1 at the end of this fight now. So he's got a minute to hang on. He just needs to keep doing what he's doing, stick to the basics, and hopefully, if you're Ed, the knockdown will come, and there it is.
Oh, he's taunting.
Now he's taunting. And I know Jamie won't like this.
No, definitely not. He's normally the guy that's doing it to his opponent, and this time he's
he's down.
He's getting some of those heaters right
we love
now.
It, Si. We love it.
KO from Jamie now.
Shit housery. Fucking love it, boys.
Imagine Jamie flash KOs him or something.
Yeah,
after that,
he's done it already here this evening. You know what I mean? Don't count the man out.
Ed's just pushing him away and taunting.
Thing is, he does that. All it takes is like one of those not the cancel. But never mind.
Oh,
Bloppy dop on the ground. He is out. God damn.
Yeah, another clinic. Man.
Very well done from Ed, though.
Yeah, I mean, look,
that's our first finalist, isn't it? Ed Parker will be advancing as our first finalist in the FSK tournament with 3. Go on, Jet, Harry. Go on, mate. Sorry.
I feel Ed wasn't given much of a chance to win this because, on the PS side in the SFL, he hasn't been doing the best of what he should be doing. I think a lot of people didn't put him as the favourite. Same with Jamie. They was both kind of like that, and they're both showing up and performing well. And Ed just got the better of him in that one.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, maybe it's just a bit of an adjustment period. Like you said earlier, Tad, I haven't had the pleasure of playing on PlayStation just yet. Hopefully in the very, very near future. But it's a different ball game, right? I mean, from what I hear, it's got a different pace to it, and he kind of. I imagine that there are some adjustments that you have to make from one console to the other. So as he gets more confident on the Xbox side, to become more fluid with it, he's quite clearly able to put on sensational performances, just like always. And so far, he's been able to do that here this evening up against some, really, really tough opponents there, Ricardo. None of these guys have been slouches. They've and he's looked fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, Ed is where is he? Number 5 seed. So no matter what, he will be the better seed in the final. So he has the choice. He can either pick the first fighter or the first weight.
Okay.
No, not first weight. The weight.
Yeah, I got you. Well, like you say, the first finalist is now locked in. He is the man that won the bounty, of course, of Trixie earlier on, then moved across to Fadnader. Then Jamie. Excellent run from him. Great names under it. Obviously, now we go across the opposite side of the bracket, see who's able to pick that up. Is it the dark horse of the competition in FSK 3-piece, who won that last bout up against JC21 in emphatic fashion, securing that bounty? or is it going to be the man whose name I have not been able to pronounce so far, Yu Da? He is...
Yes.
Did I say it?
You didn't know. Yeah, man.
I did. Okay, great stuff. The guy is a savage, though. All seriousness, he has put on fantastic performances, one up against Keza and, of course, Dirty Dave, and has made it look relatively easy so far, Tad. I have to say he's looked absolutely fantastic in every single outing.
Honestly, man, this boy, I've been saying about this guy for a while. That was absolutely. I didn't actually mean that, by the way, that a while now reference, but I've been saying about him. Like, he's so good. Obviously, I've taken nothing away from Dom. He's looked exceptional tonight with performances against both Dave and Keza. But it'd be nice to see one of the FSK lads actually getting into the final, and I think that would be a good matchup for someone like Ed as well. So, without further ado, we'll hopefully start these two off into the last semi-final. Once again, thank you everyone who's tuned in tonight. It's been a good night for all of us, and I'm just going to give you a quick plug as well for what we've got in the future. So this is. I know it can be a bit disheartening for people watching these tournaments because it predominantly tends to be the same sort of caliber guys and the same names every single time. So we've been talking with this when this was made. We also had ideas for another tournament, and it will be for sort of lesser known guys or a bit lower down the ladder compared to all these big names you see before you. That'll be coming soon. It'll be another invitational, and it will have another significant prize pool. So if you are watching and you do get disheartened by some of these tournaments with all the same names, don't worry, because we've got things in the future and your name could be on one of them. But thanks again to everyone who's tuning in. Thanks to Sai and everyone at Primetime for letting us do on their platform, and yeah, we can get into the last semi-final here, lads.
It's been an absolute pleasure there, my man, and echo those statements. Would like to obviously say make sure to follow FSK and especially these two lads right here on Twitter and all of those sorts of platforms. And if you're appreciating these fights even just a little bit, or you're enjoying any single of these crazy knockouts that they've been able to display, make sure to hit that follow button. I'm sure a number of you are going to be new to the channel, so we appreciate your support. And without further ado, we'll get straight into the next one. I think it's a Conor mirror match from what I heard in the back, if that's correct. So it'll be an interesting one. Know that it's going to be an absolute barn burner. They're going to have striking for days there, Ricardo. We saw it in some of the earlier rounds. It can go very, very quickly when Conor McGregor's got that left hand, ready and cocked to land on your opponent's chin.
I want to see who picked the weight and who banned what, because whenever I've seen Chris fight at lightweight, he's usually always picked Poirier. So yeah, I'm surprised he's picked McGregor over Poirier.
Yeah.
Both men known to have very good McGregors regardless, so
Well,
I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Go on, Si.
I didn't know if you noticed. I mean, they actually, once again, we say it doesn't actually matter really when it comes into these fights, but there's actually a lot of fights between these two guys. They're quite clearly familiar with each other. It makes for a very interesting bout. There's generally not very much feeling out process, and it goes 0 to 100 very, very quickly, as we already see with some of the head health plummeting from the blue corner.
Yeah, man. Chris, like he has done in both his fights, wasting no time getting straight at Dom. As we've seen from both men as well, in their previous two fights, I think they've been significantly better than their adversaries. They've been pretty dominant, but Chris looking to get straight at Dom in the start of this first round here and showing him no respect. I think Dom's got to get something going here and gain the respect back from Chris.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been the story of the night for Chris. He's come out just with a sort of confidence that you cannot teach. He really, really trusts in his abilities on the feet and is looking to, fully showcase that. Maybe he feels that this is a type of combination built for a man of his skills. Obviously an entertaining style, likes to pour on the pressure, and so far his opponents have not had the answer. Although Yoda is quite clearly capable there, Ricardo, as he's shown multiple times here this evening.
I mean, Yoda's usually a pressure fighter. We see him fighting off the back foot here now. That might be because Chris three-piece has got very good counters. He might be wary of them and just trying to let Chris come to him so he doesn't have them counters at the moment.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's just a head movement, man. He's baiting out that slip straight, so that could be something that Dom he does need to pick up on, especially at this level. But it's such a hard thing to deal with the head movement. There you go. There's the first rock. Works the body, goes for the uppercut at the end.
Yeah, he's got him really hurt here. The head health is in a terrible spot. Once again, he stays composed. He's not completely ruining his gas tank out here. You know, obviously being composed, but has to be careful of some of the answer backs. These shots are starting to bleed through just a little bit there, Ted.
Yeah, good little comeback there from Chris. Go ahead, Harry.
I mean, FSK Kez rewrote a scout report on everyone for the commentary thing. On Free Piece, he wrote, patient on the feet, hates being leg kicked, member of the FSK camp. And we do see Free Piece with a big leg health deficit to Yoda here.
It's, that's an excellent point. Sometimes those leg healths, can disappear without you noticing. And quite honestly, I hadn't noticed the damage that was starting to amount up. But it's an excellent point. And obviously, Conor McGregor's not exactly, it's good when you switch stances with him. That left hand is where the money is at, and you don't want to put that in front of you and use it more as a jabbing tool.
Absolutely, and we've only seen Chris fight out of southpaw. It took me a long time to learn. I was always orthodox, and I never really forced myself to learn the other stance. And there's still people in this game now that don't know how to find the opposite stance, what they used to. So I'm not saying it's the same for Chris. I doubt it, but he's clearly more comfortable in southpaw, and so maybe that's the game plan from Dom coming into this fight, to try and take at least that away from him, and might be able to capitalize on that coming into the second and third round of this fight. But Chris looking really good up to now anyway.
Oh, lovely slip upper from Chris.
Got the head health blinking there. Cyrus just looking to put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah, like we said, a lot of fights between these two guys heading into this one, and they fought just like that. No feeling, process, now pouring it on, lucky for one finish.
Tell you what, that was a big knockdown there from Dom, and Chris needed that slip there. He was lucky not to get flipped into mount, but just going to have to bide a bit of time here and let his head health work back up there, Harry.
Nice reversal there from Chris. Faked mount. I think he just sits on top of me for a bit, let himself recover, and then maybe try and get the fight back to the feet, see out this round. What do you think's the best strategy here for Chris?
Well, I think he's just, it's one of them flash knockdowns. The head healths are still, that's took a lot of his head health there. He had quite a advantage on it at the start of the second round, but it might be a little confidence knock there for Chris. But I think he just needs to keep doing what he's doing, and it's one of them where the knockout will probably come, but it's still anyone's fight, this one, and that leg health's dwindling pretty low now for Chris.
Yeah, I'd like to see him switch stance before Yoda gets a leg rock.
Yeah,
again.
Because the leg rocks as well, obviously, for those who are knockdowns, but Chris putting the pressure on. He needs to be careful with them quadrupling up on that body, though.
You now see the switch stance, of course, out the side of Three Piece, and understandably so, right, Ricardo? That leg is absolutely chopped to pieces.
We see the first leg kick onto the left leg of Conor McGregor from Dom.
Now we see a damage drop off for Free Piece as well. When your leg goes lower like that, the damage you do from punches is reduced, your movement's reduced. It actually plays a bigger effect than what people think.
I tell you something. Needed that to nullify that leg kick that was coming in. If we see that, if we do see Dom win this fight, I'll tell you something. Credit to Dom and his game plan.
Oh my God!
Man, Jesus Christ!
That is craziness. This may even be it. The last couple of shots are trying to rain down, just about pulls him down. But both guys, a rock and a knockdown in the same moment. That would have been hilarious. I've seen a double knockout before. Imagine that. Can you imagine a double knockout in this one?
Fuck, I've never seen one of them. Jesus, could you imagine? Who would we give that to then?
Didn't it happen with Jamie Bucks and Jakey in ESFL?
Oh man,
one got dropped and one got rocked.
I think so.
Jesus.
There you go. So that'll count. But that's 4 knockdowns to Dom. So even though that Chris got the rocks in that round, that round will more than likely go to Dom, and it could be a 10-8 with the 4 knockdowns. So we're gonna have to see Chris surely switch stance here, and he does.
Yeah, I feel like he should have done it a lot sooner. Now his movement is his movement, his power. It's
The
not going to be
movement's
the same.
compromised.
Yeah.
The power's compromised.
Oh,
Oh!
Gets the rock there though.
oh,
Man, we've
Jesus, he
seen-
may have
Oh,
it.
gets
He
the-
may have it.
Could be it.
Oh.
Just
I'm
about
hanging on
surviving.
there, surviving.
I mean, so what are we scoring? Switch down. Yeah, there we go. I mean, are we scoring this one? Is it round 1 to 3-piece and
Oh!
then round 2 to...
I don't
Say so.
Yeah.
Here comes Chris looking to put it on.
This is it.
I'm just gonna get
It's
some-
got to be.
Oh,
That's
is
gonna
it?
be it.
Ah, that's it.
And there you go. There's the
Sensational.
finalist.
Absolutely sensational,
Fair
lads.
play. What a performance though. Credit to Dom. That was, the game plan. I like the game plan. The leg kicks, unfortunately, in this game, just not quite there with the leg kicks. They don't do as much damage as what they probably should, and it's a shame because, well, we probably would have got a leg finish from that one. But my boy Chris from the FSK camp, honestly, if you didn't know about him before, you definitely do now. He's an absolute fucking beast on the game, and I'm excited to see this final with him and Ed Parker. What do you think, Si, coming into the final?
Brother, I mean, every single one of these fights so far this evening has been just on another level. They've all really, really came to deliver. I honestly believe, Ted, a lot of that goes down to your decision on the source bonus. I think that was a absolutely fantastic idea that's really, really brought out the more entertaining style of every single person that's been competing here this evening. But between these two competitors, in particular, 3-piece has, like you say, blown me away. He's really, really displayed that he is a top level competitor as a whole. Quite clearly has the skills to beat anybody at the game at any time, and he's putting it all together here this evening. He's made a fantastic run. He's now, of course, going to be taking on the other guy that's been doing the same as that, a sensational striker in his own regard. We saw a little bit of grappling out of him last time, Ricardo. I don't know if you think that you're going to see any of that from these two here this evening. I personally don't, but I imagine it's going to be a barn burner for 3 rounds straight.
Yeah.
Or 3 fights straight, I should say.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm going to look in the Fighter channel later to see what they're looking to be doing in terms of the weight and the picks. But seeing as, let's give the Mac 3-piece a little bit of a break. It was just fought. I want to hear what your opinions is on the source bonus. Who are you thinking so far?
It's a tough one at this stage. I'll defer to you at the moment, Tad, if you've got any names in mind.
Okay, just to clear something up with that. So the panel is myself, Si, and I thought it was comp, but it's Harry. So it'll be us 3 on the comms. We'll be selecting it.
Okay.
I've made a few notes tonight. We've had some big moments. We've had Suave Jamie's wheel kick against Blake in the first fight. We've had Tornado's Fadinator's tornado kick against Optics, which was in their first fight. We've had JC's absolute clinic of Jakey. Dirty Dave, I know you'll like that one side with the Bruce Lee pick, with the Ed Parker for me pulling the pulls. That's one thing I wanted to see. Again, Ed Parker all round against Suave Jamie. Another guy sourcing all night. You've got to think about FSK 3-piece as well. He's been absolutely on form. So there's a few people. There's a few different things that I've seen. Not too sure who I'd give it to at the moment. I mean, we've still got one fight left, and anything could happen. But yeah, I'm not. We'll see what happens in the last one. What about is there anyone that's tickling your fancy at the minute, Si or Harry? Either one of you boys?
Go on, Si, I'll let you go first.
I mean, from me personally, it's been a tough one. The ones that stand out to me, to be honest with you, just off the top of the dome, I would really like to, and I think we may even try to do it at the very end of the stream if we can. We'll see if we can actually pull up a couple of those moments. Maybe a couple of the guys can timestamp them for us or something like that, and we'll get it done like that. But the like you say, the Bruce Lee knockout was absolutely fantastic, just because of the pick as well, and the fact that he was able to get a nice flashy knockout for the finish. But one of the big standouts for me right now as well is probably Suave Jamie's big spinning knockout at the end. Just the fact that he was able to dig so deep and pull that out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, the thing I've got to think, right. The thing that's sort of ticking me in that one side is the fact that he was clearly down 2 rounds, almost looking like 3 rounds, and sort of with a last minute attempt, he catches Blake with the wheel kick.
Yeah,
that's what's sort of doing it for me over Dirty Dave as well. But then like I say, it doesn't have to be a knockout, and I think three-piece is looked phenomenal tonight. Like, he, as it would, quote unquote, he's sort of sourced his way through this competition. So, as has Ed. Ed's looked absolutely unbeatable tonight. So
yeah, to be honest with you, I think this is going to be a tough one all around because, like, when we look at it in that regards, of course, it's like a widely interpreted thing. I'm sure we'll have to debate it out a little bit and give our votes on it. But you see, even people like Ed Parker come through in each of his fights, been looking fantastic, as you said. Even JC21 in that very first fight up against Jake, that blew me away when you think about it in that regard.
That's on my notes as well. JC on there. Just before I let Harry break down how the final's going to work, just shout out, boys, prime time. We are back next week. If someone wants to drop a link of the Discord into a server so you can get signed up, and just because you see these boys fighting tonight, these are the higher level boys. We cater for absolutely everyone. So just because you know the game and you might think that you're not that good, don't worry about that. We cater for everyone. So get yourself in the Discord and we'll get you sorted out. But without further ado, boys, it is final time. Harry, do you want to break it down how it's going to work, brother?
Yeah, so it's going to be a best of 3, 5 rounds in each fight. Ed Parker is a better seed, and there's 3 weight classes he can choose from. I'm just going to get them up right now. So the options you can pick are bantamweight, featherweight, and lightweight. Ed has picked lightweight. Hang on, no. Ed decided to have the first fighter, so three-piece got the weight, so he's picked lightweight. How it's work is Ed now gets the first choice of fighter, and there's no mirrors, and once you've used a fighter, you can't use him again. Whoever Ed uses this round, he can't use him again, and then, yeah, that's how it's going to work.
Sounds fantastic, brother. Once again, this is a best of 3. I believe all of them are going to be 5 rounds, as you said there, Ricardo. So without further ado, we're going to get straight into it, my man. They are readied up, raring to go in the lightweight division. Currently hovering over Dustin and Conor McGregor, but these things can change on a moment's notice. Although you've got to think that this is probably the pick, considering it's the final, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm curious to see who the third pick's going to be, because it's going to be McGregor and Poirier for either side, I think. And then if it's 1-on-1 going into the final, I mean, Gaethje? I don't know.
Pettis. I want to see a Pettis.
Oh, I imagine.
No. But it'd be nice, but I don't think they're going to do when there's 200 on the line. Right. Anyway,
Bit of
first
respect.
one.
Yes, sir. Okay.
We've got the notorious Ed Parker pick, who is absolutely, well, not infamous, he's famous for this one. This is where he's made all of his YouTube content. This is where he's made his name. So, got no hooders, can't see the opponent's hood here. So, it could work out in Ed's favour, or it could work out in Chris's favour. We'll see.
Yeah.
They're starting
Both
very
men
quickly.
wasting no time in the feeling out process. If there's anyone who can counteract Chris's game, though, it's Ed. The patience.
I think we're seeing Chris throw a lot more than he usually does here. He's throwing out from out of range sometimes. I don't know if that's the pressure of the final getting for him.
Already, and you have to like notice as well. He's missed quite a few shots already. But this is what I was on about earlier. Ed, look, watch. He moves, but he doesn't have his block up, and a lot of people should start utilizing this, because you'd be surprised with how little damage you take. Like, it's hard to hit someone when they're moving backwards with their guard down.
Yeah, hard to hit the guy that doesn't want to be hit.
Ooh,
if you walk
exactly.
circling around. I have to say, though, I think that maybe he is throwing a little bit more, but it's hard to say, because a lot of his opponents have been kind of matching his pace. Ed Parker is just taking a very, very calm and calculated approach, and his not inactivity, but his reserved approach to this maybe is what's looking like, and having that big effect in terms of the stamina for Poirier for three-piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just we see early on in the first round, Ed, as he so famously does, just happy to sit on the edge of the cage. It's almost like an Anderson Silva performance, whenever he baited Stephan Bonner. Just asked him to, he almost fights like that. He's the only person to sort of welcome pressure on against the cage, and you think you think you've got him in a vulnerable position, and he'll just flip the switch on you. But just a very patient performance. I think Chris has had to take a step back here and look at doing something else because Ed's
Oh!
sort of got an answer for him.
Oh, body
Best
rock from Ed.
fight.
Body rocks in fights like this are vital. I mean, we see 3 pieces stamina here. We don't know what Ed's is like, but I'd say that's quite low for a fight like this.
Yeah, exactly, man. As well, you know, there's one. This is the first of 5. He really needs to preserve that gas tank because Ed's the cardio king, man, and going into them later rounds, that'll come back to bite him in the arse, so.
Yeah, 100%. This is part and parcel of this event here this evening. They're going to have to go from fighting 3-round fights to those 5-round fights, and this first one's definitely going to be the biggest adjustment because the stamina difference is massive. You know, it's a different approach 3 rounds from 5, obviously, due to the fact that should you get into those later rounds, especially with this body work, it's going to be a pretty dire spot for 3-piece. He needs to be very wary of that, get some body work off his own, or look for that flash KO. It's a difficult spot for him to be in my opinion, there, Ted.
Yeah, definitely, and that is not where you want your stamina to be at the end. Definitely the end of the first of 5. Like,
Yeah.
you can do all this head movement, and so far no one's had an answer for it. But it looks like Ed's got it down. I don't know who's. I think that's saying that. Who's hosting? Oh, is it Ed? Yeah. Okay, I was going to say. I don't think that Chris won that first round, but there's still 4 to go, and Chris needs to get some going here. Ed's looking phenomenal here tonight.
Yeah.
He is. His striking quite clearly is real hitting right now. He just isn't missing very much anything. A lot of it's just like feints on the outsides. He pulls a lot of the things that he is going to miss. I mean, nice movement there from Mac, though. I mean,
a bit better though. Yeah, a bit better though. He needs this. He needs something anyway, because Ed's looking pretty comfortable here tonight. He's definitely warmed up enough. So, but the stats landed those we just see there. Obviously, he's leading that, but I don't know how many of them are significant. It's probably more jabs and straights. So,
I mean, I wonder if we're going to see Chris wrestle. He has the Dustin Poirier pick as an advantage on
true.
them.
I don't know if he wants to wrestle. Like, I'd like to see him maybe try and go for a takedown, but.
I mean, that body else.
Man.
He gets a rock.
That was two body uppercuts in a row, and like the second body rock of the fight, and you know, against someone like Ed, that's not exactly where you want to be there. So.
No, exactly right, bro. Exactly right. Like I said, but he's answering back pretty nicely. Those body knees are brutal. Does a good job of catching that lead kick, Ricardo, but not able to get the takedown. This is tough.
Man.
He's styling out here.
Jesus Christ. He's having fun in there, Ed, now. Like, you'd be pretty surprised if Chris could get this one back, but our body health is getting absolutely mashed, and we're not even at the end of the second round here, Harry.
I mean, with Ed's style, I could see him faint to the body and catch him with flip upper or something like that. Like, I can see him looking for something like that, because I'd say Chris knows he's down in this fight, and he could look for an uppercut as he's going to the body. Maybe Ed can capitalise on that.
Yeah. I mean, like you say, he's so calm. He's going to be seeing these openings. He continues to dig to that body over and over again. One of my fears here is that even if he's not able to pull it back, this sort of loss can play a bit of a factor in your mind. Yeah. Max needs to, really kind of reset here and compose himself, if not just to try and get something back in this fight, but for the longevity of the competition for him.
Yeah, man. Ed looking like a man possessed here.
Yeah.
And it's a good point you make there. It's a psychological effect that it could have on someone. Like, if I got beat like this and I've got, potentially 2 more fights with someone, man, that could be it. Yeah, that is an absolute clinic from Ed. 1-0.
Yes, sir. That was fantastic. Let's be straight. I mean, he got an early advantage, decided to put some money in the bank. It didn't take till the 4th or the 5th to play dividends. Came into effect nice and early and was able to maximise it, Ricardo. You've got to be impressed with what Ed Parker's been able to do here this evening. We knew he was great, but he's living up to that hype.
Yeah.
For a PS guy as well to come over to Xbox and do this against the Xbox boys is pretty...
I mean...
the credit within itself. I mean, Ed is rising from the ruins here.
Yeah, once again, he's known to be one of the better players around. Looks like Mac is ready to go, trying to get this one back as quickly as possible, I would imagine. He doesn't... I don't know him personally, guys. I mean, you'd be in a much better position to, kind of comment on this, I would suppose, but he doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to allow that sort of psychology to come into effect. He seems like somebody that's very confident in his abilities.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Like, I know that he was a little bit. We see him going for the Connor pick now. So, and obviously we've seen what his Connor's like. I know he was slightly nervous coming into the whole event to start with, but I think the first few fights would have been a good barometer for him to see where he's at. And obviously he's up there. He's took out 2 former champions, and then Dom as well, who's one of the best. So it's just getting that first fight out of the way could be good for him. And now he's got the McGregor pick. We'll see what he can do here, but. It's like, as he has been doing all night, he's looking like a man possessed.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, just to note, if Ed Parker wins this one, I believe he wins the entire thing, of course, best of 3, and this is the second winning the first. Does mean that 3 Piece is going to have to win 2 on the bounce if he's able to get that hand raised. $200 on the line, guys, courtesy of FSK. These guys put together a nice, healthy pot for everybody. Like you say, one of the bigger pots around, and these guys are going to be, really, really pushing for it. This Ed Parker's got to be feeling good about his position in this, Ted, and his opportunity to, take that home.
Yeah, man, definitely. If you're Ed, it's just replicate what you did in the first fight. It's a little bit different with Dustin Poirier. He's not quite sort of as elusive and flowy as Conor is, but that could go in Chris's favour. But we see him throwing the feints, looking to bait something out from Ed. Ed not buying on absolutely anything right now, and it's just how Ed's been all night. So I think Chris just needs to try and put the pressure on a little bit easier, but a little bit more. But it's easier said than done. Man, I feel like fucking Dominic Cruz with this play-by-play boy. I'm not gonna lie. How's your throat?
Doing good, brother. Doing good. These fights have kept me absolutely hooked every single step of the way through the event. I have to say, once again, the head movement on the flip side now, the Conor McGregor head movement looking very, very clean, although some of those shots starting to bleed through from Ed Parker with Dustin Poirier. He's got to be feeling good with that, because Dustin Poirier is a durable character for the most part, so if he's able to get the damage off on Conor early, then it could spell some pretty tough times ahead.
I feel like we're seeing 3 Piece be less aggressive as I say that he comes forward, but I feel like he's been less aggressive in this one.
Yeah, he's definitely learned something from the first fight, and I think first blood to Ed. We couldn't see the stamina in the first fight, but his stamina's looking a lot better, and it's a good position to be against a Dustin Poirier if you're using Conor. You need to preserve that stamina, and then that'll obviously help the power going into the later rounds. But he's fighting a much more patient and reserved fight, this one, and it seems to be working well, but he just needs to be careful, because one shot from Ed is all it can take, as we've seen tonight.
Yeah. One thing that's in the back of my mind as well, if 3 Piece manages to win this one, what happens in the third fight? Because he doesn't have the advantage of choosing the next fighter, and McGregor and Poirier have both been picked.
It's very true.
Be Pettis, man. Pettis.
That's the Pettis pick. Could you imagine? You win the $200 on a Pettis pick? That would be some shit right
with
there.
a tadpole special. Man.
Nice teep.
Yeah.
More of that.
Much better performance so far from Chris, though.
Yeah.
He's looking
Seems
a lot more comfortable. Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
That's nice.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
3 Piece makes Ed whiff. The stamina's looking very nice for 3 Piece in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you've shown us moments from what he had shown us from the rest of the evening, those combinations coming to life when he had the opportunity. But you're absolutely right, guys. The adjustments that he's made from that first fight to the second fight have been essential to him getting success in this bout, Ricardo. I think it's just much of the same for him, and obviously look out for those adjustments that that are inevitably coming from somebody like Ed Parker. He's not going to allow this thing to continue,
I mean, 3 Piece's stamina, it's near enough maxed out. That's how good of a job he done the first round of managing it. Obviously Ed's is replenished as well, but it's not to the level of where 3 Piece is at.
The damage as well, Harry, as well. If we look at the damage on both sides, like, it's starting to slowly chip away for Ed. And I think you can put that down to Conor. if you can make Connor work for you, and he's one of the best fighters, and he is one of the most fun fighters to use in the game, but the body work and the power he's got to chip away at those features of the body is just his next level, especially at these lighter weights, and then the speed and the footwork is another thing. So I think there you go, and there's the right hook there from Chris, looking to put the pressure on.
Nice.
Ooh. I love it. Oh my god.
Looking to come back.
Oh, elbow just missed.
I have to say, when three-piece is, booming with confidence, the man just looks like a different beast. Like, look at this here. Different, completely different fight from that first. Look at that, brother.
He's living up to the FSK, man.
That's it, man.
Ed Parker still seems relatively unfazed, though. I feel Tad. He doesn't seem to be too concerned right now.
He's still doing his Ed Parker things. The movement's still good. The head movement's still there, and he nearly he nearly slipped a pull there from Chris. So they both obviously got that in the repertoire, but just with Ed, I think he needs to get something going. But it's very difficult against a Connor who's got the stamina advantage, especially coming into the third round. Oh, that's stunning.
Oh my god! This has got to be it.
This could be 1-1.
Oh, is it?
I think he's going to survive. There you go, 1-1.
Oh, come on, both roll Pettis now. Hang on, no, they can't, can they?
My goodness. It has come down right to the wire. All of the doubters of three-piece after that first one have been silenced. He answered the call. He's shown that he has the abilities, and now it comes down to who's going to be able to rise to that occasion, Tad. Is it going to be the veteran and the well-known fighter in Ed Parker, or three-piece who has been the dark horse, man? We said it at the beginning, the dark horse of the competition.
This guy's different, man. Every once in a while, you'll come into somewhat well. I think we know everyone who's at that level now on ranked, or who we've met, in the leagues. But Chris is coming into the game late. Look at the state of him; he's a monster.
She's going McGregor.
So I think so. May have to drop him a quick message there, brother. There's but yeah, no. Honestly, all round. This has been a. He seems committed to it.
Yeah, I've just said you can't go McGregor. Who's he gonna go? I mean, Tad, who would you be thinking about going here? You can't have McGregor. You can't have Poirier. No, come on, I'm serious.
I probably would. Like if you've had Poirier and Connor already, it'd probably be Pettis. Maybe Chandler. Then he hasn't got the teeps, has he? So the leg kicks. I mean, if he can, it could be a good pick for Ed, because we know that Chris doesn't like leg kicks. So Justin could be the one. It looks like Chris is going to go Justin. So it's going to be an RDA from Ed Parker, which suits his southpaw style.
This will be a good one, bro. This will be a good one. RDA, very, very diverse in his abilities to strike. Has a great Muay Thai style. Jiu-Jitsu is fantastic. Wrestling is sensational. But of course, Justin Gaethje brings a different type of chaos to this cage. The leg kicks are off the fucking chain, man. They're just craziness, Ricardo. When you get hit by a Justin Gaethje leg kick, even in the game, you can feel that shit. You instantly see that leg health drop away.
He's one of the guys in the game that actually... his leg kicks do something, do you know what I mean? It just takes a few of them side.
Yeah, exactly.
But RDA's leg kicks are pretty good as well.
Yeah, I mean, RDA is like the epitome of somebody that's, well-rounded. He's just so diverse in everything that he can do.
Yeah, and not that it's gonna, but the ground game of RDA is a lot better than Justin. I think Justin's only got 4-star ground game. Maybe not even that. Is good. Ground game's not the best, so...
We see Chris using Gaethje out of the southpaw. I don't know if that's the best idea. I mean, I think he's got like 80 switch stance, the lowest.
That's what I mean. So I'd be looking to do them leg kicks like Dom was doing earlier and try and force him to switch stance, because RDA's leg kicks are slept on. They are pretty good.
And he goes back to orthodox.
Yeah.
I think in this one he seems to be thrown from out of range, like in the first one, a little bit more.
Yeah, it's just doing what he does, taking it nice and patient. But I think with Gaethje, you need to do that sort of come forward Justin Gaethje style. Do you know what I mean? Because his power is disgusting, and
Yeah.
he gets rocks like they're going out of fashion at that weight.
I mean, the one thing both of these have to be wary of going for leg kicks is missing them. Because if you miss a leg kick, the tax on your stamina that does, it's a big amount. So both have to be careful of that.
Yeah, exactly, man. Just there for those as well in chat, we've still got a $50 source bonus. That's for anyone in any performance or moment tonight. So if you have been watching for the whole event, put in who you think should win the source bonus, and we'll be deciding that after the fight when we crown a winner of the tournament.
Yes, sir. Exciting times ahead, brother. We're going to see who's going to be able to get the victory in this one. 4 rounds and an extra 1 minute 40 change left in the third and final fight of a best of 3 for $200. Honestly, both guys have looked absolutely phenomenal up until they got to this main event. Then one of them blew the other one completely out of the water in back-to-back fights, and this one's a very close fight, so it kind of, I think it's nice and fit in there, Harry, that they go into this third one and they're now taking a much more measured approach and both having success.
I think in this one, it's more similar to the first fight. We see Three Piece missing a bit from out of range. He has the lower stamina than Ed. Ed working the body nice. I think this is more similar to the first one than the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then with the first two, it was a tale of two halves as well. It was, it was absolute dominance in both fights from both men whenever they won their respective fights. So this one is, like you say, it's a little bit more reserved. Ed's starting to just trickle over the body health, and I think that Chris is winning the head health game. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens coming into the later rounds there. Sorry,
especially on that point though, with RDA, like obviously his chin is not exactly known to withstand the greatest deal of punishment, and Justin Gaethje's the type of guy that hits harder than most, and obviously the way he throws his punches when he really decides to go, especially with somebody like Three Piece behind the sticks, you've got to imagine that chin has got to be #1 priority for Ed Parker in this fight there, to ensure that he continues to be able to keep himself safe enough to be able to put that output that he needs to shut down somebody like Justin.
I mean, there's also a big difference in power between the two. I think RDS is like 89 and Gaethje's 95. So there's a big difference. And big.
The power for Gaethje at this weight, it's a joke, man. One rock with Gaethje can just swing the fight in your favour, do you know what I mean? So this just needs to try and, well, it's easier said than done, but I think one rock for him might force Ed to switch his game plan up there. But so how about Herb Dean? What a performance from Herb tonight as well. He's had a lot to do tonight there, Si.
Yeah, he has, bro.
Catch him in good. Oh, catch him in uppercuts. I mean, one thing I've noticed from Three Piece, what he does, he throws overhands. Not many of the elite players throw overhands.
Yeah, that's I don't really throw. I'm elite though.
Yeah.
I don't like throwing overhands though. I don't. Never have.
I mean,
to.
it taught people. Oh!
No, come on, that is a little saucy right there.
This is what we come to see, yeah.
Oh, he slips into that hook there.
I think that Three Piece, I don't understand why it's not in the game, but Chris would benefit from 1 or 2 teeps as well at this point in the fight.
I mean, he threw one against Chandler. He did.
That's what I mean. I don't understand why he hasn't got him. It's a bit of a joke. Sort out your game here, but get back to it.
The lateral movement right now from Three Piece has really kind of started to allow himself to get the stamina back from RDA, continue to maintain some damage on the face of RDA. I have to say that this is some nice adjustments. It seems like Ed Parker recognizes this and is trying to adjust to them, but he's having some difficulty due to that power output of Justin Gaethje, I feel.
Yeah.
Oh!
And one thing... that's the rock. That is not what Ed wants. This is what I mean. This could change the fight now. Look at the head health. Look how low that's gone after one rock.
Another thing I've noticed from Three Piece, he's very good at avoiding teeps. Like, if he's just out of range or he'll sidestep him, he's very good at evading.
Yeah. One thing as well, he didn't mention self-proclaimed, but he's self-proclaimed the best jab in the game, and we can see that here. He's using that jab very well as a marker. And he causes you to slip, and then he'll come in with the hook, which is, how he's got me quite a lot. He baits it out with the jab, and then he'll get the hook or the uppercut. But little technical difficulty here. This is on their side.
Yeah, this would be absolutely
I'd hate
devastating.
for it to go down like this.
Oh no, not like this.
I think they're dropping out, my man. That's savage.
Oh, the Max just putting the head disconnected.
Head disconnected. That is that's a tough one. That is a tough one right there. I suppose we're gonna have to give him a couple of seconds, I would imagine, right? Though, well, what's the score here? Is your...
I think Chris had an advantage in that fight. I don't think it's fair to just start him at blank. It's like Hammer versus what's his name? Webcam. This. I mean, I've seen someone in the chat saying, "Give the win to Chris, give the win to Freebie." I don't think it's right to end the final on that. But then, if Ed wins this one,
yeah, it's a really tough one. It's a really tough one, brother. Ultimately, of course, I will back any decisions that you make. This is your competition. You guys put up the money, so you guys set the rules, of course. Being able to provide this platform. Unfortunately, these things happen, and sometimes difficult decisions need to be made, but it's a weird situation to be in for sure.
In my opinion...
Come on then, let's hear it.
It's a tough one. Chris... I'd like to give that to Chris. I don't want to be seen as being a prick or a favourite, though, to FSK. However, I do think that Chris was definitely at that point in the fight quite comfortably up.
Right, Zai actually put something in chat, and I kind of agree with it. Restart the fight. Give Chris a free knockdown and a body rock to start the fight. So he knocks him down to the head once, and he gets a free body rock. I think that's the...
Ed Parker's back in the chat as well, just to let you know. He's saying he didn't turn shit off. I imagine it was a genuine disconnect.
Yeah.
It said Ed Parker doesn't strike me as the sort. But nevertheless, what we'll do for a couple of moments, just to buy a little bit of time for you guys, we're going to run the actual intro for a second, intro graphic, just to get this little bit sorted up. We'll come back, make the announcements. We'll have a little bit of a discussion with you on who decides to, or who deserves, I should say, to get that source bonus of $50. Of course, that is still on the line and up for debate. So have a couple of moments, discuss it with between yourselves in the chat. I mean, obviously a bit of controversy here, but use this time to have a little bit of a chat on who you think is going to be the most deserving of the source bonus here this evening. And we'll come back and discuss that in a couple of moments. So, guys, we have come to a couple of conclusions here. They have worked very, very hard, Ricardo and the lads here and in the back, to try and work out the best and fairest remedy for this unfortunate situation. So, without further ado, I'm going to pass you across to Ricardo, who's going to explain the situation before we move forward with the event.
So, for that fight then, we're going to be giving Chris the win. So, it's now 2-1, but we're now going to extend it to a best of 5. So, if Chris wins one of the 2 fights, he's won the thing. Ed needs to win these next 2 fights. And between the competitors, they've agreed the 1 or 2 fights that are going to be left are going to be McGregor and Lewis to settle it, which I think's a good. They both agreed to it.
It's a compromise,
so
right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. It's an unfortunate situation. I don't feel like anything unwarranted necessarily happens here. It's sometimes, unfortunately, the games can let us down a little bit, right? Unseen circumstances, but the necessary adjustments have been accommodated. So I think these guys, are going to go forward. So respect to 3-piece for taking that and accepting the the extra 2 fights. Obviously I know that he must have been feeling a certain way about that, and same with Ed Parker. I'm sure that he feels very frustrated as well. With the way that unfolded. But nevertheless, we are going to get to see, thankfully, from my perspective, at least from a pure viewer sort of perspective, we get to see these guys fight another twice. And so far, from the every second that we've seen from round to round, has been edge of your seat sort of business. One guy blew the other one out of the park. fight back to back. Very, very close fight in the third fight. We've seen just starting to go ahead and get that three-piece. See if he's able to replicate that now. Conor McGregor was the fighter that got the first 2 victories, Tad. So in the these next 2 fights, with them both being Conor McGregor, it'll be interesting to see who's actually able to, be the best McGregor, if you will, because it seems to be that whoever has McGregor wins.
Or just engage you for that matter.
Just engage.
I mean,
I wouldn't.
in my opinion.
They're both
I
not
wouldn't
getting
complain.
invites at the moment, so it's going to be a second.
No worries. Going to give them a couple of moments, ladies and gentlemen. But what we'll do while we're waiting for these guys to be able to lobby up after that glitchy ass moment a moment ago is we'll have a little bit of a discussion of who so far is the shortlist for us in terms of the source bonus. And then what we can do is necessarily we can obviously discuss it out, and we'll get maybe some votes in if required, if we can't come to a conclusion ourselves. So looking back at the event, like you said, it's been a sensational night of fights. Everybody's really lived up to the occasion. Suave Jamie was able to start off the night with that beautiful spin kick over there, Ted. After a difficult first round, he was weathering the storm for 2 rounds before that head kick, of course. Young Po had a fantastic performance against Killer Jake, and I know that you have a number of others on your shortlist over there, my man. So if you wouldn't mind just going through those once again.
Yeah, so far I've got Jamie with the wheel kick against Blake in a fight he was losing. Not just for one fight, but I think for his overall performance as well. I think Young Po's definitely up there. It was a very controversial decision against Jamie, so Young Po is up there in the running for the source bonus. We've got JC's performance against Jakey. 3-piece again, sort of overall performance for the night. Ed is on for the bonus with his overall performance tonight. Pull-in pulls as well, something that I said I wanted to see coming into it. Ed was able to knock that one off. And then obviously one I know that you're liking is Dirty Dave against who was it? It was Bang Bang in the first fight with the Bruce Lee pick. So we have seen some pretty saucy moments here tonight. We might need a vote, we might not, but there's 1 or 2 that stick out for me right now. At the minute, it's sort of between Young Po, Suave Jamie, and I'd probably have to say Dirty Dave. I'll put 3-piece overall as well in there because the guy's been Ed as well. You've got to put them two up there for the performances tonight.
Yeah, of course.
They're the main ones that I've got sticking out for me at the minute. So
I think I agree with your overall assessments there, brother. Like you said, it's been a tough one all round. The simple fact is that each and every single one of these guys have delivered in all of the fights that they've had. One guy has been able to rise to the occasion, find opportunities to get emphatic finishes. Just for anybody that I know that a couple of you are calling for us to start the tourney, okay? Unfortunately, we are waiting for these guys to be able to lobby up. Believe you me, we will get into this 4th and 5th fight, potential fights at least. As soon as we can. These guys are having a little bit of an issue with the lobbying up. I think that one of them may just need to do a quick reset. So if you haven't already, take this opportunity to hit the follow button on the channel. Bit of a terrible moment to ask, I know, but we've had a crazy night of fights all round. I'm sure that you have enjoyed those fights just as much as we have done in the commentary booth, so your support is massively appreciated, and of course we'll continue to deliver these sorts of events going forward. Week in, week out, we're going to be putting on events, and hopefully a lot more of these cash tournaments in the very, very near future. Just to just to run over this one more time as well there, brother. A couple of people come back into the chat now, just had missed the explanation. If you wouldn't mind just running over that one more time on what they're doing as they're trying to re-invite each other.
Yeah, so basically we've agreed to it as Chris, 3-piece, got the win for that fight, and that now makes it 2-1, but instead of it being a best of 3, it's now going to be a best out of 5. And they've decided between themselves that the last 2 fights are going to be McGregor mirrors. So it's currently 2-1 to Chris. All he needs to do is win one of the 2. Ed needs to win both. But at the moment, they're not getting each other's invites. So we wait till that figures itself out, and then we go.
So we'll give it a little while longer. I think that maybe, unfortunately, when there's sometimes Xbox problems, there may be a reset of the Xbox that's needed, or the reset of the game that's needed very, very quickly. It only takes a couple of moments, so they shouldn't be taking too much longer. What we'll do is, in order to try and expedite this entire process for you, we are going to play you a little bit of ambient music as we kind of try to anticipate these final fight or fights that we have ahead of us. There have been crazy ones ahead, so make sure to stick around for it. We appreciate your patience as we try to get through this minor technical issues being forced upon us by Xbox currently.
1 second, I've just got something to say before
Yeah, of
we
course,
do.
brother. Yeah.
I mean, big shout out to Suave Jamie, you know, doing what Henry Cejudo wished. He took out Blake Tyler. So I think he done Triple C proud there.
He
One
did.
Triple C to another.
We'll have to send him a message, let him know that he was able to get it done, but I'm sure the Triple C champ will be very happy, like you say. What is going on, everybody? We apologize in the very, very long delay there. There's unfortunately seemingly some technical issues or whatever's going on. It has been a slightly anticlimactic to end of the evening, so we do apologize. Of course, something slightly outside of our control. We appreciate, obviously, the FSK boys putting the money up for this. They've come to a decision on what we're going to do to try and remedy, a situation that is not ideal. There's no correct outcome here. Unfortunately, there's it's one of those grey situations. So just going to go across. Ricardo, do you want to explain what we decided there, my guy?
I don't think it's right to give anyone a just straight win for it. So we've come to a conclusion, because Chris had the advantage, give Chris 150, Ed 50. I just feel like I don't think you can give a split money because Chris was ahead. But then I don't think you can give Ed nothing because there was always a chance Ed could have done something.
Yeah, but both guys, in all fairness, had put on fantastic performances start to finish. And in the interest, I mean, ultimately, it's a game, it's a money tournament, of course. We wanted to see high-level competition with some excitement. There's been plenty of that here this evening, so don't want to let this, anticlimactic ending kind of sully what's been a fantastic night of event, fights as a whole. It's been a very, very fun event. What we're going to do now, of course, is we're just going to have a quick vote between the three of us on who we believe deserves the £50 sauce bonus, because let's not forget that, of course, that was always on the cards. And put quite simply, it's one of the more exciting elements of the fights here this evening. People have really been pushing the pace and trying to get that bonus that Tad had thought up, and quite evidently, it's turned out to be an absolute golden one. I think we'll definitely be using that in the future, Tad. It had too much of a good success on how people.
It's a good incentive, mate.
So I'll go first. I'll chuck it out there. I was absolutely blown away by the balls on Dirty Dave to go Bruce Lee, and then to hit that jumping front kick, that Lyoto Machida sort of front kick. up against his opponent in the very, very first fight in that Bang Bang fight, and it was a tough fight for him as well. He had some adversity to overcome in that first round, came back in the second, landed some good shit, ultimately securing that beautiful knockout. So that would be my vote. I don't know which one of you want to go first, my guys, but
Go on, Tad.
Mine would have originally was going to go to Jamie for his will kick against Blake being down in the fight, but honestly, due to his performances in his first and second fight and the controversy surrounding the second fight, I'd give mine to Assad, also known as Young Po. So it sort of comes down to Harry. I think Assad is kind of wanted for it, but that's my opinion.
For me, I'd say there's 3 front runners for it. I'd say there's Jamie versus Blake, that wheel kick. It was spectacular. Then there's Optics versus Fad. You know, what was it, like a tornado kick? How often do you see one of them in a comp fight? And the third option to me either was Bang and Dave. I feel like they put on a very good fight. And I'm going to go with Dave. I feel like he was very flashy, but he wasn't just throwing stuff out there for no reason. He was setting a lot of things up. He was going to the body, then going up high. I felt like he actually set his things up, and he sourced. It wasn't just pressing buttons and then getting lucky. Like, he fully worked that source, and he got the good finish.
Perfect. Well, by the sounds of things, that means that the source bonus of this evening is going to go to BFAP Dirty Dave with his Bruce Lee front kick finish in the very first round of the competition. Absolute savagery. Shout out to each and every one of you, though. I'll be honest with you, it was not an easy decision. I think that every single fight had at least 2 or 3 moments where you could easily give somebody the source kind of the Source Award, maybe under different circumstances. So congratulations, every single one that was able to pick up a little bit of money. Ed Parker, of course, was able to secure a bounty along with 3-piece. So in fact, the 2 guys that made it to the final also got those bounties. So congratulations, those able to stack up 2 different payouts, if you will. And of course, shout out to each and every one of you that turned up here this evening, viewed, and hopefully enjoyed these fights. Make sure to hit that follow button. We said it before, we'll say it again. We'll be putting on these fights all the time. Wide variety of skill levels within the league, from the kind of lower levels to some of the best in the world. I don't think there's many people, especially on the Xbox side of things, that has competed at a relatively high level over the last year or two that hasn't at least come through us at least for a few fights. So it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to throw it across to Ricardo and Tad to sign us off, and then of course we're going to be pushing forward a raid to the FSK channel, the sponsors of this evening's stream. So make sure to hit that join button, go across and support the guys that have put together this fantastic event for you here this evening.
Yeah, I just want to say a big shout out to everyone involved with the event. A big shout out to everyone at FSK for helping us with it. Comp, Tad on the comms, Comp helped with a lot of stuff in the back. Kez for doing the scout report. People like Fad helping me come up with the rules. Big shout out to Doc, he helped with a lot of stuff in the Discords, setting up the Twitch drop. Big shout out to Primetime for hosting the event. I mean, all the graphics that you can see, they're a very good job. We appreciate what they've done.
Been an absolute pleasure, brother. Been an absolute pleasure. So what I'll do now is I'll ask each and every one of the guys that has picked up some winnings that you hear this evening to reach out to me personally, and we'll get those payments sorted out instantly. But other than that, it's been an absolute pleasure. We will be back with you now on Saturday, the following Saturday from here, and make sure to tune in 8:30 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I believe that's 3:30 Eastern. Until then, stay safe, much love, and have a great night.
Mm-hmm.